I bet it is.
The board meeting will begin in 2 minutes. The May 3rd, 2024 State Board meeting will now come to order. Good morning and welcome to the May 3rd, 2024 State Board of Education meeting. Board members, please engage your microphones before speaking and turn them off when you are finished speaking. Please note that board members may be using their cell phones and laptop computers to access the agenda and information related to this meeting. Live streaming is available through the State Board of Education website. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Patsy Kojons,
Here.
Lisa Fricke,
Here.
Patty Goobles,
Here.
Jacqueline Morrison, Kirk Penner,
Here.
Sherry Jones,
Here.
Elizabeth Tegmeyer,
Here.
Deborah Neri,
Here.
Commissioner Maher,
Here, but I can't get a green light. Here.
all present.
There are 8 members present. Quorum is established. Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Information regarding the Open Meetings Act is posted as you enter the room from the main entrance doors. The Open Meetings Act is also posted on the State Board of Education's website. Agenda item 2.1. Deborah, would you please read the resolution proclaiming May as Foster Care Awareness Month?
I am honored to be able to read this. Is it all right if I just, okay. I personally have had 8 foster youth and watched how so many of them struggled, not because of anything they did, but just being removed from their homes and a challenging time for the family, and you know, how hard it was to focus on school activities when their life had been so disrupted. And just, I was so grateful to all of the teachers and school leaders and counselors and everybody that played a role in just helping these kids stay focused during extremely challenging circumstances. So May is Foster Care Awareness Month. And our resolution begins, whereas there are over 6,000 children served by the foster care system in Nebraska, whereas students involved in the foster care system face unique challenges, including mobility, housing, disruptions in education, access to health care, mental health, and systems involvement. Whereas children served by the foster care system in Nebraska may spend as many as 20 months away from their home, and on average are served by 2.4 to 4 out-of-home placements. Whereas these challenges often lead to lower graduation rates for students in the foster care system, with 55% graduating on time during the 2022-23 school year. Whereas raising awareness of foster care promotes achievement for youth in the program and connects families and children to resources. Whereas supporting youth in the child welfare system requires empathy, training, funding, a multi-agency approach, and intensive support from community partners. Whereas policymakers, school leaders, teachers, and community members should elevate youth voices to better support children served by the foster care system. Now, therefore, be it resolved, in the Nebraska State Board of Education recognizes May as Foster Care Awareness Month. Resolved, the State Board of Education directs the Nebraska Department of Education to raise awareness of the challenges of children involved in the foster care system and share resources for students, schools, districts, and the community. Resolved, the State Board reaffirms its commitment to coordinating cross-agency data sharing and leadership in improving the education and lifetime outcomes of youth involved in the foster care systems. Resolved, the State Board encourages school districts to raise awareness and provide resources for their families and children involved in the foster care system, their unique educational needs and opportunities to improve their systems for supporting youth. And resolved, the State Board encourages communities and school districts to elevate youth voices of those who are or have been involved in foster care through the advocacy of their personal experiences, viewpoints, and ideas for systemic changes to better serve all Nebraska learners. And this was signed on behalf of our board president and vice president. Thank you.
Thank you, Deb. Lisa, do you have the motion to adopt the resolution?
Yes, Madam President, I move to adopt the resolution proclaiming May as Foster Care Awareness Month.
Thank you. It is moved and seconded to adopt the resolution proclaiming May as Foster Care Awareness Month. Is there any discussion on the motion? Okay. The motion is to adopt the resolution proclaiming May as Foster Care Awareness Month. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Morrison? Neary?
Yes.
Penner?
Yes.
Kojons?
Yes.
Googles?
Yes.
Tegmeyer?
Yes.
Fricky?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
8 yes.
The votes are 8 yeas, 0 nays. The resolution is adopted. We're delighted at this time to share this proclamation with Rose Hood Bus from the Hub in Lincoln and Carolina, who will share a few words.
Thank you for having us here and for recognizing Foster Care Awareness Month and the challenges that come along with our young adults that are involved in the foster care system, the juvenile justice system, placed outside of their home and meeting their educational needs at the same time. I am with the Hub, Central Access Point for Young Adults, a nonprofit organization in Lincoln, Nebraska that serves unconnected young adults in the areas of education, employment, and empowerment. The young adults that we work with are in out-of-home placement or have aged out of foster care, the juvenile justice system, are pregnant and parenting, homeless or near homeless, and finding their path to independence on their own. We recognize the important foundational piece that education plays in their ability to be successful adults. We have staff that are co-located in our public schools to help those students that are in out-of-home placement to ensure that they meet their educational goals, because we just need more community support around our schools to ensure this happens. We also recognize that traditional school doesn't work for every young adult that is system involved, and so we have a GED program on site because we want every young adult to have the minimum of a high school diploma or equivalency. And it is our greatest joy to be able to walk alongside the amazing young adults that we get to serve as they realize their potential, meet their goals, and excel in the things that they set forward. I'm lucky to have Carolina with me today, who's going to tell a little bit about her path and story and share with you.
Hi, my name is Carolina. I was involved in foster care from the age of 14. I was removed from my home, and I was put into a few different placements, a few group homes, and temporary placements. And during that time, my education was severely impacted. I was told halfway through my junior year that due to living in multiple counties, my credits did not line up. And so I was insufficient, and I was going to have to be a super senior. And socially, that was not something that I was looking forward to. So I was able to meet Rose and get access at the hub, and I was able to get my GED. I actually technically graduated almost a year earlier than I was expected because of that, which was really beneficial for me because I was able to start my adult life, get a job, and start going to college, and pursue things that I didn't think I was going to be able to do because of originally being told I wasn't going to graduate on time. And I've been able to rely on them for a lot of other services after, housing. They've helped me pay for a car bill before. They've helped me in so many ways, and I'm so grateful for them and the services that they have. And I know that if just more people knew and more unconnected adults knew about them, it would help to better the community and better their lives. And I think that being able to have that high school diploma really helped me continue on to my path, even though I was not sure what that path was going to be. And being able to at least say, hey, even though my childhood was not great and, high school was not the best for me, I knew that I still accomplished that, and it still made me feel that I could keep going and I still had a future.
I'm going to ask Carolina to share where are you currently working, and what are you doing as a kind of a give back to the community?
I actually work for Civic Nebraska with the CLC after-school program at Lincoln High. It's been really awesome. I love working for LPS technically, and it's been very impactful for me to have a direct and positive impact on youth that are currently involved in the systems. Yeah.
Thank you, Rose and Carolina. Board members, if anyone has any comments or questions?
I just love that. Thank you for sharing your story. I know that's deeply personal, and yet you inspire so many people about, just the needs that go with that circumstance. But I love knowing that you're paying it forward and helping other kids who are struggling with similar circumstances. I'll say now that I'm an old lady, I get to be grandma to the children of my foster daughter, and it is one of the greatest joys of my life. And so I know you'll meet lots of people along the way that want to stay connected and be a part of your family and your life. And I wish many good things for you, and I'm so glad that you got to have this opportunity with this organization, because not all foster kids get the same kind of opportunities. And so thank you for sharing your story.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I'm so glad to hear that you're at Lincoln High.
Yes.
Because it is a place of many cultures and many different types of students, and I was blessed to be there for a few years. And I think it's so important for students, especially students that are struggling with differences in their lives, to have someone that is their age or around that age to be there and to say, hey, look, This isn't a dead end, this is just the beginning. And so thank you for doing that for the kids that I loved for many years. And I appreciate you, and don't stop now.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you saying that. It is very, nice to interact with the students and get to know them on a personal level and know that, I am a support system for them, because a lot of the students don't always feel that way when they come to school. They're just coming in and going home. And I have been told, that they appreciate knowing that I know their name, or that I spend that little extra time with them to help them with their homework. So.
I don't know if you've met their principal, but he
Yes.
just amazes me.
Yes.
I go and visit, and when I walk down the halls, he says, "Hi, Jim, hi." He knows every name, but a name is a very important thing, and I agree with you on that, and I'm glad you know their names.
Thank you.
We thank you both for coming and sharing your story. We'd like to present you with our resolution.
Thank you.
All right, we are on agenda item 2.2, recognize Nebraska pre-K through 12 educators for Teacher Appreciation Month. Patsy, would you please read the resolution?
President. Well, you already know I'm a teacher. I've admitted it. And so I want you to know, as a teacher for over 40 years, it is more than an honor to do this today. I am thankful for all of the wonderful teachers that I had and all of the wonderful teachers that I worked for. Resolution to recognize Nebraska PK 12 educators for Teacher Appreciation Month. Whereas Nebraska public and non-public PK-12 teachers and paraprofessionals have experienced extreme workplace challenges in the past 3 years. Whereas Nebraska depends on PK-12 educators to shape our future generations. Whereas each day, more than 25,000 teachers impact the lives of 360,000 students. Whereas the success of our children, our communities, state, and nation are considerably influenced by exemplary teachers who devote their lives to helping youth excel. Whereas PK-12 educators work tirelessly to prioritize the academic and non-academic needs of their students. Whereas educators spend countless hours preparing lessons, creating safe school cultures, building partnerships with families and communities, collaborating with colleagues, and reflecting on and improving their profession. Whereas many educators have been tasked with additional duties during the time of their national teacher shortages. Whereas Nebraska PK-12 educators have persisted through 3 challenging school years and continue to serve all students entrusted to their charge. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the State Board of Education recognizes Nebraska PK-12 educators for their commitment and dedication to their students, families, and the communities in which they serve. The State Board of Education recognizes the efforts of Nebraska PK-12 educators and the importance of their work to providing high-quality learning experiences for all students in all of Nebraska's schools. Resolved that the State Board of Education hereby declares May Teacher Appreciation Month, and resolved that the State Board of Education encourages local boards of education and governing bodies to similarly celebrate and honor their teachers. This is signed on behalf of the State Board of Education this third day of May 2024 by our President, Elizabeth Techmeyer, and our Vice President, Deborah Neary, and the support of the rest of the school board.
Thank you, Patsy. Sherry, do you have a motion to adopt the resolution?
I move to adopt the resolution to recognize Nebraska PK-12 educators for Teacher Appreciation Month.
I second that motion.
Is moved and seconded to adopt the resolution to recognize Nebraska PK through 12 educators for Teacher Appreciation Month. Is there any discussion on the motion? Yes, Patsy.
I just want everyone to know that it isn't the great big presents or flowers or anything like that that make a difference in most teachers' lives. It is the few sentences that you say when you come in that support that they've made a difference. And so don't feel like you have to spend a bunch of money to celebrate this with teachers. All you have to do is say, thank you. My child came home the other day, and that really, really makes their day and their life worthwhile.
Thank you, Patsy. Any other comments? The motion is to adopt the resolution to recognize Nebraska PK-12 educators for Teacher Appreciation Month. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Neary,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Morrison, Fricky,
Yes.
Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Penner,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Kojons,
Absolutely.
8 yes.
The affirmative has it, and the resolution is adopted. Do we have representatives from our teacher group to come and accept the resolution here today? Well, in lieu of that, what I would ask is that everyone who has ever taught PK through 12 in the room, please stand to be recognized. That was actually really fun to see so many people stand up. I love it. It warms my heart. So we don't have anyone to present the resolution to, but in lieu of that, we present it to all of you who are here, who stood, as well as all of our teachers who are serving in our classrooms today, educating our students. At this time, we are on agenda item 2.3, update the success made through update on the success made accessible through Rural Tutoring Program, or the Nebraska SMART Program. And we will have NDE staff member Lane Carr join us at the front of the room for an update on the Nebraska SMART Program.
Well, good morning. I get to keep the good news train going by getting out of the way here and introducing our special guests who have been responsible for making the Nebraska SMART program happen, and that is through a huge partnership, a deep partnership with the Nebraska State College System. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce Chancellor Dr. Paul Turman, Vice Chancellor Dr. Jody Cooper, and the director of the Nebraska SMART program, Julie Dickerson, who are going to come up and share a video and then some slides with you about the great news here with this program. So welcome up.
Good morning. Thank you for having us this morning. I'm going to start with a video of our program, and then I'll tell you more about it afterwards.
Now there's a smart way for rural Nebraska students to get one-on-one online tutoring. Nebraska Smart is a tutoring program developed by the Nebraska State College System and funded through a grant from the Nebraska Department of Education. The program is free to students in grades K through 12 in rural Nebraska, initially providing tutoring to educational service units 1, 4, and 13. Here's how it works. Tutors are selected from college students enrolled in teacher education programs at Peru State College, Wayne State College, and Chadron State College. Each tutor has completed a background check and has the knowledge to work with students at specific grade levels in a professional environment. Students and tutors interact through an online platform with a shared whiteboard. Tutors can help with a variety of subjects, including math problems, learning grammar, editing essays, and understanding science and social studies. Here's how to get started. Students can register through our website, nscs.edu/NebraskaSmart, where they can request a pre-scheduled tutoring session or simply log in and request an on-demand tutoring session with the next available tutor. It's that simple. Welcome to Nebraska Smart, the smart way for rural Nebraska students to get one-on-one online tutoring free of charge. For more information, go to nscs.edu/NebraskaSmart. If you have questions, email us at nebraskasmart@nscs.edu. We look forward to serving you.
You're watching a toothbrush.
Should be able to exit out. Sorry. Okay. There we go. Okay. There you go. Oh, no, not again. Oh, there we go. Okay.
As Mr. Lane Carr said, the Nebraska Smart program was established by the Nebraska State College System in partnership with the Nebraska Department of Education, who awarded the innovation grant to the state colleges to develop this rural tutoring program. As part of the Nebraska State College System, Chadron State College, Peru State College, and Wayne State College are all active participants in this program. Here's a timeline of our implementation. There's a lot on this that we have done since October when I began in this position. I'm going to highlight some of the important pieces. I started by traveling to Northern State University in South Dakota to meet with their tutor coordinator on their campus. They have a similar program that this is kind of modeled after. So it was good to hear how the implementation of their statewide program was started and has continued to grow. Stakeholders were surveyed across the 3 ESUs to determine the needs of the program, including grade levels, subjects, days of the week, time, and times that tutoring would be most beneficial. A marketing firm was contracted with to create our logo, website design, marketing, and promotional materials. Equipment was purchased for the tutors to use at each college, including a laptop, tablet, headsets, and storage cards, and I'll tell you a little more about that in a minute. A 2-year contract was signed with Pearl, that's our tutoring platform. Each college has a faculty member who serves as their program coordinator. Their role is to serve as a liaison between the director, their college, and the tutors, and also mentor the tutors. The next couple slides show our tutors from Chadron State College, Peru and Wayne. In January, potential tutors were interviewed and candidates were hired. All tutors are attending Chadron, Peru, or Wayne State College. They have been admitted into their college teacher education preparation program, and they've completed a background check. We currently have 25 tutors who make a cohesive team across the 3 state colleges. There's our Peru tutors. I visited each college in January for in-person training, and as part of their training, tutors were paired with each other across the colleges to participate in mock tutoring. One was the tutor, one was the student, just to get familiar with the platform and interact with each other online and figure out how it all works. In February, our website went live and registration began. To participate in the tutoring program, parents must first register their child through the Nebraska Smart website and give authorization for their child to engage in online tutoring through Pearl with tutors from the state colleges. Once registered, students can schedule a tutoring appointment, or they can log in and request an on-demand session instantly with a tutor who's available in the queue. Tutors report to a designated classroom on their college campus. All tutoring sessions take place in Pearl, which is a web-based program. They're all recorded and can be reviewed by the coordinators and myself. All tutor-student communication takes place within Pearl and can be reviewed as needed. Here is a picture of our tutors at work. They each have a laptop they use. They have a tablet they can write on. The tablet mirrors the screen of their laptop so they can draw on the whiteboard so it can be easy to read. And then they also have a headset that they use when they tutor. And they're each in a classroom on their campus when they work. The next couple of slides show the tutoring classroom. So this is actually two tutors. One's the student, one's the tutor for this particular slide, and here they are in the classroom working on some fractions. They can draw circles, they can use different colors. There's all different kinds of features that this program has. Here's a couple more tutors practicing different versions of the word there. And then this was a session from a tutor and a student working on some geometry. As you can see, there's a lot of space on the whiteboard, so those tablets are nice to write nice and small and have it legible for them to see. The tutors wear their Nebraska Smart t-shirt when they're in a session, so any parent that sees them would know immediately that they're a tutor and their child's online with tutoring. We currently have 143 students registered. We have 157 parents registered. Some maybe haven't registered a student yet. This slide shows how it represents representation of each ESU. It's kind of proportional to the population of the students in each ESU. We have a couple students we're not sure where they're from because they haven't selected a school yet, but that's how it's laid out by ESU. These are the sessions that have been completed since February by subject and grade. We have completed 206 sessions, and that's grown since these stats are from the end of April. We've had a few more sessions since then. Over 98 hours of tutoring. The blue represents K through 5, maroon is 6 through 8, and yellow is 9 through 12. So as you can see, we have a highest need so far in K through 5 students, largest need in math, next is English. Science and social studies have started to grow. We didn't see any science and social studies students till the last couple weeks, and then they keep coming back. So I think in time that will continue to grow as well. This is how our tutoring times have happened over the course of the 3 months. We offer tutoring from 3:30 to technically 7:30 Central Time. 3:30 to 6:30 in each time zone, Central and Mountain. And this is how these are the times that students have joined us for tutoring. Between 5 and 6:30 is the highest need so far. These are the sessions that have been completed each week since we started at the beginning of February. And it's been a pretty good upward trend for the most part. Ongoing program effectiveness is being evaluated. At the end of each tutoring session, both tutors and students can complete a post-session survey. Additionally, an end-of-semester survey was sent to parents and students for feedback, and here are some comments from parents that we received. My daughter and I agree that the tutor did a great job of getting my daughter back on topic without making her feel like she wasn't interested in her. Relationship is going to be key as she gets into struggling areas. Allie, the tutor, gave my daughter confidence, which made her feel like she was successful. Math can be such a mind game for her once she feels like she can't do it. Thank you so much for your time. This was a wonderful first experience. She, her daughter, did a lot better than I thought she would. She definitely doesn't seem like a kid in the low percentile for math. But I can tell, seeing and hearing her with Allie will give me a better idea of where she's struggling. I believe that was a lower elementary student. Here's some more comments from parents. We've only had a few sessions, but plan to start right away with math next year as extra reinforcement. I let my daughter's math teacher know we were doing tutoring with this program from home. She mentioned my daughter appears more interactive in class and is asking questions. I think the one-on-one instruction outside of school helps her feel more confident. She also enjoys being able to get extra help without her peers knowing. The college-age girls who are providing these sessions have been wonderful. I often schedule sessions based on upcoming material. I am not always right, or the material agenda changes, but the tutors go with the flow. I appreciate that. Excellent program, invaluable resource for my kiddo. Thank you. In addition to providing free tutoring to K-12 students in rural Nebraska, this program was designed to provide practical application of pedagogy learned by teacher education candidates through online tutoring. Of those who responded to the survey, 90% of tutors said they agree or strongly agree with the statement, "My experience as a Nebraska Smart Tutor will help me be a better teacher." 10% of tutors had a neutral opinion. No tutors disagreed or strongly disagreed with this statement. The 10% who had a neutral opinion had very few sessions this semester. Some of the rewarding aspects of serving as a tutor include experiencing the aha moments when helping students. Returning students who said they passed their tests or brought their grades up due to tutoring, seeing a student grow over several weeks of recurrent sessions, helping students with what they were struggling with. It can be humbling for a student to admit they need help, but being able to provide that extra help and see them succeed was so rewarding. And then skills or knowledge that the tutors gained or developed as a result of tutoring include finding creative ways to help students learn, using resources and technology to improve their teaching, applying teaching methods learned in their teacher education courses, meeting students where they are and building their knowledge, interacting with students who struggle to grasp a concept. In partnership with the state colleges, we are excited to see this program continue to grow. Beginning with the fall of 2024, we will be expanding the program to include all NERCSA member school districts and non-NERCSA member school districts with K-12 district enrollments of less than 2,000 students. The expansion will more than triple our student population eligible for free online tutoring through Nebraska Smart. And here's a map of the NERCSA school districts that we will be offering tutoring to. We look forward to continuing to serve K-12 students with free online tutoring provided by our teacher ed candidates, Chadron, Peru, and Wayne State Colleges. I brought some folders for each of you. In them are promotional materials, articles written by the colleges or other newspapers that have picked up on this program, an issue of Smart Insights, which is a tutor newsletter that I've been publishing for the tutors every month. There's also information about Pearl, our tutoring platform, in here as well. So I will, thank you.
You bet.
Pass those out to you. And for more information, there's our website. We're on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. So at this time, I'll entertain any questions that you have.
First of all, thank you for explaining this program. It's amazing. My question is, these students, college students, are in a teacher prep program. Are they offered partial scholarships or something like that for their time tutoring?
This is a paid position.
It's
So
a
they
paid
are
position.
receiving an hourly wage for this.
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
When do you age out to be a student?
We go up through 12th grade.
Patsy's gonna get on your system.
How many years has this been funded for?
It was a 2-year grant that was,
A 2-year grant, and then after 2 years? Okay.
No, Paul Turman, I'm the chancellor of the state college system. Our goal was, and I think that's the purpose of the innovation funds, to invest in new programs, new initiatives, see what type of success we have with those, and then how do we find ways to continue to, work with the governor, work with the legislature to see if this is a program that would continue to serve students here in the state of Nebraska. And so I think our hesitancy to go big early was how much can we actually handle. And so Julie and Jody have worked with Jack Moles at NERCSA, and they're very excited about taking on this and allowing the students in those school districts to expand past the 3 ESUs that we started with. So I think we've had a lot of really good success, especially the fact that we started in February was the first time that students began the opportunity to kind of build that infrastructure to be able to move forward. So.
Kudos for the great work you're doing, and I look forward to seeing many years of funding and expansion, so thank you.
thank you.
I agree with everyone. This is a great program. One question I had is about students who English is not their first language. Are they able to access the service, or are there any translation services, or have you got to that point in the program where you're able to accommodate some of that?
We have some promotional materials that are in Spanish. Other than that, all of our sessions are in English. We don't currently have, this year we didn't have any bilingual students, so English was the language of choice for that. In the future, don't know, but at this point, we're English.
I was wondering, as that map showed that you're going to, expand throughout the state, will there just be key colleges like in that scope that will take on, like you started with Chadron, Wayne State, and Peru? Are all the colleges in that going to help provide tutors, or are there key colleges within that spectrum that will be helping with that expansion?
So we are one unit. We are 25 tutors that all work together. So a student that's in Scottsbluff may connect with a tutor from Peru. The next time they may connect with someone from Wayne, the next time Chadron. It just depends on who's available based on their schedule. So we are taking all of the NERCSA schools, and the 3 colleges will be able to help them together.
How do you recruit tutors?
The coordinators are very good at it. They have job postings that they can put through their HR department for student employment. They also have reached out through their education department to recruit tutors that way. All of our coordinators are education faculty, so they have some familiarity with the students.
And then I guess a follow-up question to that is, clearly there are more students who could benefit from the service than those who are currently using it. So how are you trying to reach students or parents? What's your pathway to trying to?
Well, we have worked this semester with the 3 ESUs and their administrators to push out information to their superintendents and teachers and principals and counselors. Social media has been something we've added just recently. That was something I think we started in April, so it hasn't been live very long. We're looking at other marketing ways. We've been a little more strategic in marketing it this semester because it's just the 3 ESUs, and we have gotten inquiries from other areas of Nebraska that we haven't opened up yet. So we're continuing to look at other ways to reach parents.
But much of that is bookmarks and additional things that will be available at the schools. And I do believe Julie has some plans to work with parent-teacher associations, or to be able to get to those who really do need to sign up their children. And I think with NERCSA, will also be a great partner.
I would also say that the feedback that she's been able to share would be things that when we created that video as an opportunity to, spotlight this with parents and students and even teachers to provide that additional support that can come that I can't provide because of the additional work that I'm being assigned at a school district. I think the testimonials will be things we get to weave into how we promote this into next fall as well. And so the opportunity to be able to start this at the beginning of the year, right when students are feeling like they're struggling, we feel very positive about the opportunity to really expand this going forward. I'd also say, Julie noted the opportunity to go up to Northern State, and I think it's we live in a relatively small world. Dr. Maher stole Neil Schnorr away to be the president at Northern, who actually was he was a Wayne State graduate. He had been given an alumni award, so I went to that ceremony, had the opportunity to visit with him, started following him on Twitter, and he started posting about, I think, the South Dakota Dream program that they had put in place. So I think it was work that Dr. Maher had done with the Secretary of Education in South Dakota to put this program and 2 or 3 others to help kind of allow the school districts to begin to continue to address teacher shortages, but also serve as a conduit to help students in areas that they were struggling. And so we got to understand it a little bit better, reached out to Lane, I was somewhat surprised that we didn't have that service already in place with our ESUs, and he became very excited in partnering with us. So we're very much thankful for his insight to say, yes, this is something that would really benefit the state of Nebraska. And we feel that as the original normal schools for this state, that Peru, Chadron, and Wayne really fits our mission and why we wanted to invest our time and energy in this. So.
Thank you. It's so wonderful to hear about some of the programs and have you come back and share your successes with us. So we appreciate your time today, and thank you for being willing to come.
Thank you for having us.
Couldn't hear because he didn't have his microphone on. Dr. Maher just said, that is a great program. Okay, well, he is going to turn his microphone on because we are on agenda item 3. And the next item of business is the Commissioner's report. Commissioner Maher, would you please provide your report?
Thank you. There have been there is one item that has been identified to be removed from the consent agenda. That item is 5.4.B. If board members wish to remove additional items from the consent agenda, please fill out the form at this time. As a reminder, any items removed from the consent agenda will be taken up under the additional business.
Dr. Morrow, can you state what that item is? This computer restarted, so I'm not able to look it up as fastly.
If you don't mind, I'll ask
Okay.
Dr. Four to give me his computer. 5.4.B is an item that authorizes the commissioner to approve grant renewals to operate the Teach Early Childhood Nebraska Scholarship Program. You're welcome. To continue with my report, I love this time of year, this time of school year. This is when, as you all know, our graduates begin to start walking across the stage and prepare for what's next. Our teachers can take a breath, they can finally reflect on their accomplishments, and our systems simultaneously gear down from this year and gear up for the coming year. This time of year also provides us a space to thank countless partners who help make our systems run smoothly and ensure that our students have what they need for learning, earning, and living. I want to key in on a couple of those partnerships and highlight the work that the Department of Education is leading in collaboration with many of our key stakeholders. First, in terms of interagency collaborations, I've been thrilled with the depth of interaction and interplay between other agencies in the executive branch and the Nebraska Department of Education. I've heard a couple of times, and I've mentioned to you a couple of times, about the dialogue that I get to have with the governor or get to have with some of the governor's staff. But I would tell you that it's not just the commissioner that has that dialogue. It's many people on our staff. The governor and the governor's staff have made themselves available to us, and we certainly appreciate that back and forth that we have with the executive branch. We work hand in hand with the Department of Health and Human Services in many areas, and especially in early childhood. Also, I meet next week with the Commissioner of Labor, John Albin, and the Director of Economic Development, Casey Bielitz, to discuss apprenticeships and coordination of our work together. Our team has been working closely with members of the judicial branch to improve the lives and services to our systems-involved youth. You heard a little bit about that earlier today from a former student impacted by these services. Just a really important reminder of the work that we do and the impact we have. The state college system, as they just left, I guess I would say, how cool is the work that they're doing in the Nebraska Smart? Dr. Turman mentioned that this program is often and running at a good pace. I can tell you that if experience is any indicator, next year they're going to improve exponentially in terms of the number of students served. It highlights just one of the great values of our higher education ecosystem and what that offers our state. I'm proud to serve on the Board of Trustees for the state college system and all of our work the agency does with the institutes of higher education, preparing teachers and helping improve our future workforce. Another area is with nonprofit organizations and youth-serving organizations. Our state is rich with youth-serving organizations focused on improving the lives of our youth. I've seen this in action with our work with Mentor Nebraska, Nebraska Children and Families Foundation, and so many others. Next, our educational service units. ESUs serve as an incredible value add for our districts, and we could truly not do our work without the ESUs of Nebraska. I'm looking forward to coordinating our services with Dr. Larry Ann Polk, who will assume the role of CEO of the ESUCC in July. And I send my best wishes, if he would look up, to Craig Lofquist, who will be departing from the ESUCC CEO position onto greener pastures in July. So Craig, thanks for the work that you have done with ESUCC. And I thought you just weren't paying attention. Thank you for being here, and thanks for all you have done. Finally, I would say our associations and organizations, our state also benefits from robust organizations representing specific members crucial to education in Nebraska. The State Association of School Boards, the Council of School Administrators, the State Education Association, a group earlier mentioned, NERCSA, the Rural Community Schools Association, and the Nebraska Coalition of Non-Public Schools, just to name a few, are wonderful partners to work with. And if you'll think back to just over a year ago, I was asked a question in my interview about something about resources and do we have enough, or what's the funding look like? And I remember my comment was something to the effect of, we've got to make sure that we use all of the resources available to us. Not only the money that comes in through appropriations, but also our partners, many of whom I've identified here today. Those are our resources, and those are people that work with the Department of Education and are part of the ecosystem to help us achieve student outcomes in the state of Nebraska. Over this next year, as we focused in on our legislative and regulatory priorities, I look forward to aligning the efforts of these many partners towards achieving their goals and our goals. That concludes my report. And do I need to tee it up? Not part of my report, but I'll tee it up for Bryce Wilson. One of the topics that I've mentioned recently in my report is our work in exempt schools. And when I think of how are we doing in many areas of the department over time, I think of the great work that's been done all along in finance. I think of the great work that's been done all along in federal programs. And I could go on. And I think of some of those areas where we've needed improvement. Certification and our services to our schools and teachers in that department. And I'm here to tell you, I think we're making great strides in that area. And another area that we've really needed to make some improvements is exempt school. Our emphasis in that area, I think, can be realized by thinking back to March when that was part of my update, but also today a more formal update on where have we been, which is important, but really important to drive us forward and where are we going. And with that, I'll turn it over to Bryce Wilson.
All right, good morning, Bryce Wilson, Finance Officer. I think it's important we talk about improving a program. It's interesting that the obvious struggle of the 23-24 year in the exempt school program was a result of a desire to improve the exempt school process. We had put out the first version of an online system back in 2017-18, which was really kind of a bare bones. I'm going to use a couple analogies today, but it was the single propeller version. It got us off the ground in the online world, but it wasn't modern and needed to be modernized. And so the decision was made to upgrade the online system and roll that forward and bring in a whole brand new system. Through a series of events, that did not go as we had hoped and had planned, and it was it ended up resulting in a situation where we were building the plane while we were flying it as we were trying to get through this 23-24 filing situation. So it's definitely an unfortunate how that turned out for 23-24. What I will start to focus on is, so where are we at now? The goal of having the acknowledgement letters out by April 15th was met. Just wanted to highlight that and make sure we are currently, there's been 7,216 filers. 98% of those have received their acknowledgement letters for the 23-24 year. The remaining filers that haven't are people that have just recently filed or have documentation missing, and we're working to get that cleaned up. The online system for the 23-24 year was actually closed at the end of the day on May 1st, and so we're no longer accepting 23-24 year filings. Really, what that means is that's our time we roll things over up for the upcoming year, and we begin prep for the next year. What prep do we have? We have several things to change, partially because of LB 1027 changing. The changes there that were significant that are going to be incorporated into the update in the system is allowing one parent to file instead of requiring both parents to file. Also, it added language around educational decision makers being able to file on behalf of students, and changed the requirements to provide documentation, documentary evidence, replaced that with written assurance that they are in compliance with the statutes. So the system will continue to allow some of those things like families or educational decision makers, parents, guardians to submit curriculum if they desire, but it's not going to require that. It will simplify what has been required fairly significantly. There's a few other changes that are being made to the system to make it more user-friendly, both internally and externally. But really, I think the key is in this update is at this point right now, we're not building an airplane. We're rearranging a few seats on the airplane this year. It's going to be ready to fly on June 3rd. It'll be available for parents to start submitting their information online on June 3rd. It's going to be available when school districts need it in the fall to know what students have filed that live in their district so that they can follow up on those students if they need to or if they're not filing. And it'll be available for the NDE staff to review those applications and make sure that everything's there. So that was, we're in a significantly different place than we were last year at this time. And I'm feeling confident that we will be, the customer service and the whole system will be in a much better place as we go forward this year. I would like to just reiterate the two staff that I have that work on that program are two of the hardest workers we have at the Department of Education, did everything in their power to try and provide the service needed. It became a big thing that we will learn from. And that's one other thing I would note is we have went back and looked at what happened in the development of this application and identified where things went wrong and how we avoid that going forward in the future, which I think is really critical, and making sure that we do things better here at the department is always looking at what went well, what didn't go well, and how can we learn from it. So I got to tell you, with all the airplane analogies, I was tempted to tell an airplane joke, but I decided that might go over everyone's head, so I probably shouldn't. All right, what is there any questions?
Yes, Dr. Maher, and then any questions?
Thank you. I'd just like to make a comment that the I really appreciate the work and the energy that Bryce and his group has put on this, onto this topic, but also it hasn't just been them alone. It's not a silo. IT's been directly involved. We've had coordinated conversations. I think everybody understands 24-25 cannot look like 23-24. And so I appreciate Bryce's confidence, and my confidence in him also leads me to believe that 24-25 will be significantly improved compared to 23-24.
Bryce, could we just pretend that I'm a parent who wants to homeschool? Could you just kind of talk through what the process is? You know, because you mentioned filing and you mentioned applications, and what is that entire process? What does that look like?
Well, it's being revamped, I mean, somewhat due to LB 1027.
Yeah.
Essentially now, it's going to be signing off on assurances that you're following the statutes. You're gonna have to list out the kids. If it's a first-time filer, we need birth certificate just to ensure that the child is appropriately placed. And but it used to require curriculum to be submitted and information like that. A lot of that's going away. The other part that's a pretty significant change that we're working towards right now is, in the past, and one of the big issues this last year was when somebody submitted, they were, at that time, they received an email that basically said, you've submitted your information, you're okay to start homeschooling, and can move forward with that plan. And then acknowledgement letters came after our staff had went through and reviewed and made sure everything was there. We're incorporating the acknowledgement letters into that initial email, and we're going to essentially then, as we work through the information, if there is anything missing, we'll reach back out and try and get that all clarified at that time. So hopefully that also eliminates some of that lag and wait and just back and forth that maybe we can, you know, with I think especially with the simplification of the process, we're in a much better position to not have to do near as much follow-up. And so
I'm not as familiar with homeschool as you are, but it's my understanding that sometimes some parents come together with a group of students and do the teaching. With this new bill, will there be differences about how they report out? I don't know what those small groups are called, but
multifamily,
yeah.
Multifamily exempt schools yes, those exist. There's not going to be significant changes in what they have to file as far as all the curriculum and stuff. Again, that's going away. So it's going to be applied similarly to a single family exempt schools, but I would say also simpler for them as well. So,
all right, that helps me. Thank you.
So if all the curriculum is going away, how do you assess their success?
we don't.
Just a couple of questions. On our current website, it looks like we publish a report on participants in Nebraska exempt schools. And so when I pulled it up, it looks like our latest publication is 2020 through 2021, and that was published in March 24th of this year. So just curious about how long does it take to compile this data, and is it normal for us to be 2 school years behind on publishing that information, or just kind of wanting to understand a little more about that?
Definitely not normal. Nothing's been normal about this last year. And really the year before that, as they were still spend a lot of time in the development and work on that. And so, yeah, they're behind and getting people's acknowledgement letters out and answering questions was the priority over issuing a report. We'll work to get that information out as quickly as we can as things hopefully get back to normal.
So,
and hopefully, actually, I don't want to get back to normal. I want to get back to better than normal. That's the goal.
So one of the reasons I was asking is it looks like the numbers for the last report, which was 2020 through 2021, which to me may explain sometimes we learn a lot when we're bombarded. You went from 9,400 students to 14,000. So there was a 5,000 uptick in people, which probably was directly attributed to COVID choosing to follow this method. So if you have a 50% increase in work, you have the processes, the failures in the processes start to show. But what I'm curious about is when we saw that uptick in 2021, if you don't know, that's okay. Do we see the numbers start to come back down, or did the numbers stay up once people did homeschool? Like, what was the impact of COVID on these numbers and your department?
Yeah, it did come back down a little bit. I think around 13,000 the following year. So it went from like 9,000 to 15,000 back to around 13, and then it's starting to bounce back. It's continuing that same growth that it had prior to COVID without the crazy big jump. And you hit the nail on the head. Is we were somewhat keeping up with the old system until that occurred, and that really opened our eyes to, hey, this has got to get more efficient for us to be able to process things. We want it easier to work for families as well. That's what drove the second version that didn't roll out as we had hoped. But yes, there's still the number of filers is significantly more than it was 3-4 years ago.
Okay. And then another question I had, it looks like one of the data points that we do collect is whether or not someone is staying out of school for religious reasons or not. And so I'm just curious, is that something that we're mandated to collect or for someone to answer? Because I can think of other reasons why we may want to ask, like, does the child have a special education need that's not met in the local school district, so that we're getting an understanding. So just curious, I know the religious thing goes to a lot of constitutional issues and stuff like that, so there may be a requirement that we ask, but just wondering about why that's something that we track, and have we considered other questions?
So originally, I'm not sure if it's in statute or rule, I can't remember off the top of my head, which requires that. Statute does. Okay, I just remembered. Statute was in there. We used to have separate rules for if you're filing as a religious reason or non-religious reason. Those rules were combined in the last rule revision, and so it just became a question on there on the application. So could we expand that? Possibly. We're going to be in a rule revision around this because of the changes to LB 1027 over this next year, and just our process changes too. We're going to have to update the rule to make sure it matches what we're doing. So that would be something that would be on the table during that rule revision.
Thank you.
So Bryce, as someone who's been filing exempt school status for 17 years, you are correct that things most of the time went very smoothly. And it's just been in the last bit that definitely things went off the rail. I personally have fielded over 36 contacts from concerned parents, and so I want to thank you for the responsiveness. I know things didn't turn around as quickly, I think, as everyone had hoped, but the fact that you and your staff and the department is responding to these, I think is very important. Now, I appreciated Patty's question too, like, explain this to me. How is this process going? But I do want to just clarify with you, I think, because there were some initial proposals within LB 1027 that maybe got changed. And so as I understand it, homeschooling families still will have to file annually.
Correct.
Correct. And then they will the acknowledgement letter it's something that would be then in a printable form that will go out so people can print that?
I don't know that it'll be a formal acknowledgement letter anymore. It'll be an confirmation email that will be kind of combined with, we're working through the details
Okay,
of what
and
that's
that, I
gonna look
think,
like
would be
still.
As someone who would just stick that in a file folder every year, I think that would be maybe something that would be beneficial to families to just have something they can print off should they want to.
Yeah.
Have that. I think that would
It'll
be helpful.
definitely be printable, yes.
Okay, and then, this morning, and I'm saying this not for your benefit, but for the public who may be tuning in, I spoke with Deputy Commissioner Halstead, and it sounds like there will be some collaboration with some of the stakeholders on this. And so I just think that that's important to point out, that that the department, the board, everybody's trying to move forward in a positive manner. And so just really appreciate that and the work and the effort, because I know it's been a painful time for everyone. So thank you for pushing through.
Yep.
Any other comments from board members or questions? Okay, back to Dr. Maher.
That concludes my report.
Wonderful. Man, a few words. I will also be a few words. There is no president's report this month. Agenda item 5. We have 2 items that have been removed from the consent agenda, 5.4B and 5.7B. Is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
I move that we adopt the consent agenda.
Without items 5.4B and 5.7B.
I'll second that motion with the addition.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt the consent agenda. Per board policy, there's no discussion on the motion to adopt the consent agenda. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Penner?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Fricky?
Yes.
Neary?
Yes.
Goebbels?
Yes.
Morrison?
Yes.
Tegmeyer?
Yes.
Co-Johns?
Yes.
8 yes.
The affirmative has it, and the consent agenda is adopted with the items of 5.4B and 5.7B to be discussed later. Before we begin our standing committee reports, we will take a 12-minute break and reconvene at 10:25. The board meeting will reconvene in 2 minutes. If the board members could resume their seats, please. Okay. The next item of business are the reports of the standing committees. Agenda item 6.1, Executive Committee. I will report on behalf of the Executive Committee meeting. The Executive Committee reports on its May 2nd, 2024 meeting and weekly meetings since the March State Board of Education meeting. The committee had 2 discussion items on its agenda. The first discussion item was related to the Commissioner's appraisal process. After reviewing Dr. Maher's self-evaluation and the compilation of all 8 board member evaluations of the Commissioner, the committee combined the evaluations into one summary document. The second discussion item was on developing standing positions, the connection of standing positions to legislative and regulatory priorities for the next legislative biennium, and how to gain fuller board input on any positions. A survey of all board members will be sent out in May with the intention to follow up the May work session with more defined directives from the full board at the work session in June. The committee was also presented with an informational item by Dr. Maher. He shared a proposed amendment to the previously adopted strategic plan. Proposed timeline is to start the process of developing a new strategic plan in January 2025 with a goal of adoption by December 2025. Board members can find this information on the May Executive Committee agenda. This concludes the Executive Committee report. Elizabeth Tegmeyer, Chair. Are there any questions on the Executive Committee report?
Elizabeth, could you just say a little bit more about the survey and about what the intent of that is?
Sure.
Just a little bit more detail.
Sure. So when we went into the committee meeting, we had a discussion about the importance of the work that we did yesterday being very specifically board-driven. And so what we're trying to do is get some feedback from the full board, all 8 members, to then help give us that springboard for our work session in June. So we'll refresh your memory of board priorities, some guiding principles that are in our strategic plan, and then just get input on what are things maybe that you think we should have a standing position on. So lots of board input before moving into the work session. Yep. Okay, any other questions? Okay, yeah.
I have, trying to think of how to say this. As we prepare, so one of the conversations that we had was about having a work session in the future about our legislative priorities. And as I start to, like, even this morning, as I started to think, there's one priority that I know we didn't have last year that I personally think we should have going forward. But as I think about it, I'm like, I'd like to have some staff input or thoughts about it. And so I guess this question's for Dr. Maher, but I guess also Elizabeth, you know, should we wait until that survey comes out and then engage staff about that? Or if we have questions now, should we email or talk to the commissioner about them ahead of time before starting to make those suggestions, just trying to understand procedurally when's the best time for us to, if we want to have those conversations, have them. So an example, we didn't have anything in our legislative priorities about early childhood education, and I know that that's a pressing issue across the state. And so if we wanted to understand more about where the staff saw that as a priority, or, you know, what has been done or what's left to be done, should we wait until after all board input, or, you know, get some thoughts ahead of time? Like, how do you see that happening? And I don't want to put you on the spot, just curious about.
No, I don't think you have. So my thought on that is, ask us right now, because the work in those areas continues to go on a day-to-day basis. So it might help sharpen our work in that area right now. But from a board, from a strategic planning perspective, from a legislative priority perspective, that's going to be driven by the board, and we might be better prepared to answer questions for you in a more timely manner, rather than say we'll get back to you if we have some of those questions in advance. So I would say either, as you said, either by email or phone or text, get those to us now and we'll get answers for that.
Thank you for doing that. So yes, so if you have any questions, we'll send those through the commissioner. And then the survey will go out. The executive committee will work with staff to get that sent out to everybody. Okay, we have agenda item 6.1. It's a discussion item, the commissioner's appraisal process. And I did mention that in our report of the executive committee. Board members will note that you all have a summary of his evaluation. So in April of 2024, the NDE State Board of Education collaborated with the Nebraska Association of School Boards to conduct an annual evaluation of Dr. Brian Maher, NDE Commissioner. The evaluation summary provides an overview of Dr. Maher in 3 key areas: leadership, support to the board, and agency management. Over the past 9 months, sufficient progress has been made toward the ambitious goals set for the commissioner. The board acknowledges the efforts and achievements made by Dr. Maher in this period, indicating a positive trajectory toward our long-term vision. The following narrative highlights 3 key areas: leadership, support to the board, and agency management. And I've asked the rest of the executive committee to just go through these with us.
Regarding leadership, the board collectively acknowledges that under Dr. Maher, there has been a significant improvement in guiding the institution towards its strategic objectives. The leadership has demonstrated a commitment to fostering an environment of trust and accountability throughout the state. Board members stated the following: he is a problem solver with creative, practical diplomacy. It has been a joy, these are quotes, it has been a joy to watch how quickly Dr. Maher has won back trust with key NDE stakeholders. His high level of integrity has been demonstrated, and NDE is already seeing a higher level of cooperation. Dr. Maher is an exceptional leader, relationship builder, and communicator. Dr. Maher models high expectations, professionalism, collaboration, and dedication to his position and to education in Nebraska. In evaluating current student assessment methods, Dr. Maher utilized an initiative and collaborative leadership through the engagement of administrators as advisors. He fostered open communication and collective decision-making, highlighting a problem-solving mindset and creative diplomacy. Dr. Maher has rebuilt trust with key stakeholders, including the governor, the state senators, and this has come about through transparency and accountability. He has engaged with our partners and organizations, school districts, and the legislature. A key communication initiative led by the commissioner includes the development and ongoing engagement with the Superintendent Advisory Council. Overall, Dr. Maher is advancing education initiatives in Nebraska through his professionalism and commitment to public education.
Support to the board. Regarding support to board, Dr. Maher's communicative and responsive approach to supporting the board is praised. His personalized leadership style, characterized by individual interviews with board members and a commitment to sharing knowledge and resources, is commended. Dr. Maher's efforts in building trust, fostering informed decisions, and maintaining open communication channels are acknowledged and could be further supported with annual individual meetings with board members. Overall, his leadership includes informed decision-making and effective communication to ensure the board is equipped to govern effectively. Board members stated the following: he has built trust with the board and is respected for his integrity. He wanted us to know before he began his work with us. He listens, provides honest and specific feedback, and gives necessary guidance to the board by clarifying and expanding on information being discussed. His knowledge is substantial, and I doubt that there is anyone on the board who would disagree with that. Dr. Maher is one of the most respectful, informed, and supportive leaders I have met. Dr. Maher is praised for his personalized leadership approach. He met with each board member individually, establishing mutual understanding. His commitment to sharing knowledge and resources enables board members to govern as a collective and cohesive body. Board members appreciate the extensive educational experience Dr. Maher brings to his role as commissioner. He aligns his vision and initiatives to national best practices. A balanced approach to information sharing ensures the board is better informed to support purposeful decision-making and governance. In summary, Dr. Maher's leadership fosters trust, informed decisions, and effective communication with the board.
Agency management. In terms of agency management, the board recognizes this area has seen significant strides under Dr. Maher's leadership, particularly in rebuilding trust with schools, leaders, and the public. Dr. Maher has been instrumental in initiating programs and policies that resonate with the board's core values and the state's expectations. Board members stated the following: the team seems stronger and the individuals more confident in what they are assigned to do. Dr. Maher has high expectations of himself and others and models the willingness to work hard to accomplish goals. Everyone in the agency seems more confident in their abilities and their work because it is being nurtured. Dr. Maher wasted no time in fixing some staff matters that had been lingering and causing problems for NDE for many years. He made these decisions with fairness, respect, and thoughtfulness. Dr. Maher has developed a team of exceptional professionals, and he practices what is needed to keep this team working as a high-performance team. Under Dr. Maher's leadership, significant strides have been made in agency management. Improvements in team dynamics, staff confidence, and efficiency are attributed to Dr. Maher's leadership style, which validates staff efforts and fosters a nurturing environment. His high expectations, decisive actions, and adept delegation are noted as drivers of agency functionality and progress. Overall, Dr. Maher exemplifies excellence and has incentivized a high-performance culture which drives agency process. Overall, The evaluation outlines a positive overview of Dr. Maher's performance as the Nebraska Education Commissioner.
Board members, are there any questions or discussions on this item? Patsy? You don't have to second this, I just,
You want someone to add to it?
if somebody wants to give any comments or discussion, questions, this would be the time.
I would just say, I think this summary says it all. Thank you, Dr. Maher, for starting so quickly. You hit the ground running, and you haven't slowed down. And really appreciate all of your efforts and all of the difference that your being commissioner is making for us as a board, as well as for education in Nebraska.
I'm going to say one sentence because somebody said it to me one time and it struck home, but a great leader makes great followers.
I'll just say a phrase, carry on.
Dr. Maher, I don't want to take anything away from this moment because you deserve all this praise, but I want to also acknowledge the role that our board president played in putting together a process that was inclusive, that was respectful of every board member, and she did a lot of research outside of just the normal kinds of people that would advise. And she spent a lot of her personal time speaking with people about how to get this process correct. And I know, I don't know if you want to mention any of those, but is it all right if I mention one? Is it okay? I know that NASB was very helpful in and we certainly appreciate all the guidance that was provided, and there were also others that provided input. And so getting the process right for one of the most important things that we do as a board, it just is so important, and so we appreciate your leadership.
I would just echo what Deborah said. When I don't know, it was maybe 3 or 4 years ago, Deborah and I attended a session at a conference about the importance of the commissioner evaluation in our role as board members. And one of the things that we were definitely told, but also passionate about, was making sure that this evaluation process wasn't just a process that was led by the president or the executive committee. It's a process that every single board member gets to take a role in and be a part of and have their voice heard, because it's all of our evaluations, and he answers to all 8 of us, not 1 of us, 2 of us, or 4 of us. And so I think that this really reflects that. Commissioner, I think it also reflects how we feel about you and the appreciation that we have for you. There were lots of trust issues with staff, with the board, and I think that we have that's been a 180 since you've gotten here, and I think that a lot of that can be attributed to you and your staff, and so we are grateful, we are thankful, we feel it, we see it, and so we hope you stay.
You know, he was a little concerned when we were revising that maybe working on the summary. So, and I do want to, you know, the executive committee worked hard. We did consult with NASB. They did quite a bit of the work and the compilation. And then also want to thank former commissioner and your former boss, who you quit twice, I heard in our. Roger Breed, he helped also sort of give his thoughts and advice on a process that would be very respectful of the position of commissioner and how best to go about doing that. And so it's been really a wonderful experience doing this, and it was a pleasure to see how closely our evaluations as board members lined up with your own self-evaluation. So, do you have any comments? I mean, I don't want to put you on the spot, but
A remark that my father made to me several times as a kid is running through my mind, and that is, you need to know when to keep your mouth shut. I'm going to exercise that at this point.
yes. All right. Well, we will move on to agenda item 6.1B. It's a discussion item, and it is legislative priorities for the 2025 through 2027 biennium. Board members, are there any questions or discussions on this item?
The only thing I would say, just to add some context to our executive committee meeting, because in a way I feel like it's not fair that we had a hour-long discussion about this yesterday, and so I kind of, I mean, it's fair, but I want to make sure that the full board gets all of the context of what we were talking about. We started with, we had a conversation yesterday in the working session about standing positions, and when we had a discussion, the commissioner also had gone over some of the initial thoughts on our strategic plan, and as we were going through the strategic plan, you know, kind of seeing some of our statements there, you know, it also begged the question, how many of these statements that are in our strategic plan are some of our standing positions, and where's the overlap? And then another part of the conversation was what's the priority given the timeline that we have? I think the commissioner said it would be nice for us to have our legislative priorities sometime this summer to be able to help staff guide some of the conversations that they'll start having with senators in the fall. And so then it became, you know, I think Elizabeth said the chicken and the egg, what comes first, the standing positions or the legislative priorities, and kind of going back and forth. I personally landed on, I think we're best served by getting our legislative priorities in order, and as we start to talk about our legislative priorities, I think some of our standing positions will start to fall in place, because we'll start to have to decide all these things are great, but which one's a priority and which one's something that can, I don't say be on the back burner, but be something that rises to the front when the time comes. And so out of that conversation, it really spurred an idea that we could get some more input from the board about what they saw about legislative priorities, and then some options for standing positions. And when we come back, really, the way I saw this happening, and maybe other committee members had a different idea, but I thought, you know, we could really start to hone in on those legislative priorities so that by summer or the next 2 months, the staff is really ready, and if we need more time to work on those standing positions, we can continue that work in the next few months. Or if we get it all done in the next work session, that's great too. But I personally don't want us to go too far into August and September trying to really work out all of our standing positions and miss that really good window to have the legislative priorities ready. So that was some of my thinking, but also some of the conversation we had. And so if any of the other executive team disagrees with what I said, Deborah, you can give the other view. That's fine.
Actually, I think you did a great job of summarizing, but I will let Kirk and Deborah.
That was perfect, and I'm on board with what Jacqueline said.
And Jacqueline convinced me by the end of the meeting that she was 100% correct, once again.
And she did let us know the chicken came first.
Jacqueline, I appreciate the explanation because the previous short discussion didn't really fill in all the gaps for me in terms of what we were prioritizing, you know, in terms of standing positions, legislative priorities. So thank you for that.
And if you have questions or if you disagree, like, we're open to hearing what other people think. Just that was kind of a hour-long conversation, trying to condense it so that everybody had context.
What you said and then what Patty said reminded me of a discussion we had about getting the priorities out there early to senators. And so in your idea, that sounds like the route we should take, get our priorities lined up and get them ready for the, even before, I think it was Kirk last year that said by June. So, thank you.
And that's why you'll see a quick survey, and we're just going to keep pressing forward. But we definitely want to get the input of the full board. We just don't feel like this is something that happens in isolation on the executive committee. So.
And I guess, I guess just to reiterate on that, as we talked about yesterday, we're talking about broad areas, right? That's kind of still the direction we're going. So literacy might be one. And also there was the suggestion to have few rather than too many. So I think we need to keep that in mind too as we move forward with this.
Be prepared to add or subtract once the legislature convenes, and don't be resistant to it, because as I sit back and look at this year's legislature, I think they are more open and receptive to us than I remember in 8 years. And so don't be closed-minded when we have to juggle things around.
Thank you. All right, seeing no further comments, we will move to agenda item 6.2, Budget and Finance Committee. Chair Patsy Kojohns will report on behalf of the Budget and Finance Committee meeting.
The Budget and Finance Committee reports that at its Thursday, May 2nd meeting, members present were Patsy Kojohns, Lisa Fricke, Patty Goebbels, and Sherry Jones. The committee reviewed 12 items. It was a marathon, with NDE staff providing summaries and answering questions on all action items. The committee is supporting all 12 for full board consideration. Additionally, the committee reviewed 12 other upcoming action items that included grants for IDEA, Part C funds, revision action grants, state apprenticeship expansion formula grants, and child development associate credential navigator grants. Additionally, the committee also reviewed potential contracts for statewide anchor programs, Step Up to Quality Engagement campaign, behavioral awareness training, CPR training, mental health needs for non-public districts, the College Pathway Program, and for secondary foundation literacy. Last, the committee reviewed and provided input on work being done to provide a grant for an innovative learning platform. The committee recommended this item be brought to the board for further discussion. The committee reviewed the monthly board travel expenses, noting no concerns. This concludes the Budget and Finance Committee report. Super committee members and great staff.
Are there any questions on the Budget and Finance Committee report? We appreciate all of your work. It was a super committee session. You guys worked hard. We are on agenda item 6.2A. Any questions on the reports in item 6.2A, monthly board travel expense reports. Okay. Agenda item 6.2B, this is an action item to accept the 2023 single audit report. Is there a motion on item 6.2.B?
Yes, Madam President, I move to accept the 2023 single audit report.
Is moved and seconded to accept the 2023 single audit report. Is there any discussion on this motion? Okay, the motion is to accept the 2023 single audit report. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Morrison? Yes. Tegmeyer?
Yes.
Co-Johns?
Yes.
Neary?
Yes.
Freaky?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Penner?
Yes.
Goebbels?
Yes.
8 yes.
The affirmative has it, and the motion to accept the 2023 single audit report is adopted. Agenda item 6.2.c, action item, accept the 2023 annual comprehensive fiscal report audit. Is there a motion on 6.2.c?
Yes, Madam President, I move to accept the 2023 annual comprehensive financial report audit.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to accept the 2023 annual comprehensive financial report audit. Is there any discussion on the motion? Okay, seeing none. The motion is to accept the 2023 annual comprehensive financial report audit. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Neary? Yes. Goebbels?
Yes.
Morrison?
Yes.
Co-Johns?
Yes.
Freaky?
Yes.
Penner?
Yes.
Tegmeyer?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
8 yes.
The affirmative has it, and the motion to accept the 2023 annual comprehensive financial report audit is adopted. Agenda item 6.2.d, action item, approve funding recommendations for the 21st Century Community Learning Centers Grant Program. Is there a motion on item 6.2.d?
Yes, Madam President, I move to approve the funding recommendations for the 21st Century Community Learning Centers Grant Program.
I'll second.
Is moved and seconded to approve funding recommendations for the 21st Century Community Learning Centers Grant Program. Is there any discussion on this motion? I have a question. So I'm not on the committee, and so I don't know if committee members can answer this or if we need a staff, but I was curious what the accountability process is. I noticed that this grant is $1.8 million, and so I just wasn't sure what the accountability process was and how we know the programs that are using these funds are focused on the goals listed. Is there any follow-up or anything?
I can answer that in part, and then Lisa, please jump in, but each of these sites has an annual visit, and they also have reporting requirements.
And they were presented to us in depth, in great detail. And so I think you can trust that they are accountable.
Right. I appreciate that from the members of the committee. Because it was just something I had noticed when I was reading through to prepare for this meeting, so thank you. Is there any other discussion or questions? The motion is to approve funding recommendations for the 21st Century Community Learning Centers Grant Program. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Morrison?
Yes.
Freaky?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Goebbels?
Yes.
Co-Johns?
Yes.
Neary?
Yes.
Tegmeyer?
Yes.
Penner?
Yes.
8 yes.
The affirmative has it, and the motion to approve funding recommendations for the 21st Century Community Learning Centers Grant Program is adopted. Agenda item 6.2.e as an action item, authorize the commissioner to accept funds to support the development and continued support of statewide family engagement centers. Is there a motion on item 6.2.e?
Madam President, I move to authorize the Commissioner to accept funds to support the development and continued support of statewide family engagement centers.
Is moved and seconded to authorize the commissioner to accept funds to support the development and continued support of statewide family engagement centers. Is there any discussion on the motion? Okay, seeing none, the motion is to authorize the commissioner to accept funds to support the development and continued support of statewide family engagement centers. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Morrison, Kojons,
Yes.
Penner,
Yes.
Googles,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Fricky,
Yes.
8 yes.
The affirmative has it, and the motion to authorize the commissioner to accept funds to support the development and continued support of statewide family engagement centers is adopted. Agenda item 6.2.f, action item, authorize the commissioner to amend a contract for providing additional training for Tier 2 interventions to address the mental health needs of students. Is there a motion on item 6.2.f?
Madam President, I move to authorize the Commissioner to amend a contract for providing additional training for Tier 2 interventions to address the mental health needs of students.
It's been moved and seconded to authorize the commissioner to amend a contract for providing additional training for Tier 2 interventions to address the mental health needs of students. Is there any discussion on the motion?
I'll just offer one comment. During our discussion, I was a bit concerned that non-clinical personnel would be working with students with PTSD, and I still continue to have that concern, but hopefully the schools will identify the individuals that they believe are competent and able to do these trainings with students. So that was a concern I had. And then I noted that these trainings could be done online, but was then told that to provide sustainability, they want to do the training of staff, so that made sense through the ESU. So initially, I thought we could do it online cheaper, but I understand the sustainability aspect of it, so I am supportive now.
I think both of the staff presenters spoke to the ESU trainers in training. And I think Sherry's concerns when she read us the section in it were, I understood why she had those concerns. And I felt better after the staff members spoke to it. Not completely, Sherry, like you. So I'm sure it will be monitored. I hope it's monitored, and maybe we will monitor it a little bit. So, but I think after what we've been through the last 3 years, and from what I hear from teachers in schools, that anything we can do to help students with mental health issues needs to be addressed. And school safety as well.
Okay, the motion is to authorize the commissioner to amend a contract for providing additional training for Tier 2 interventions to address the mental health needs of students. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Googles,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Kojons,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Fricky,
Yes.
Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Penner,
Yes.
Morrison, 8 yes.
The affirmative has it, and the motion to authorize the commissioner to amend a contract for providing additional training for Tier 2 interventions to address the mental health needs of students is adopted. Agenda item 6.2.g, action item, authorize the commissioner to approve the school safety and security related infrastructure grants. Is there a motion on 6.2.g?
Madam President, I move to authorize the Commissioner to approve the funding recommendations for the school safety and security-related infrastructure grants.
It has been moved and seconded to authorize the commissioner to approve the funding recommendations for the school safety and security-related infrastructure grants. Is there any discussion on the motion?
I think all of us appreciate this. This is the first time that infrastructure has been addressed, and so I'm really thankful that this is available to schools.
It was brought up by the presenter that what they chose as things to improve with the money were measured by 4 pillars of looking at safety and how it was addressed by other schools in the past. And so it gave us reason to believe that the money would be used for the most necessary and needed changes in school systems to prevent or to protect our students and teachers.
I'm just curious, I saw that there were a lot of $2,000 grants, and then it kind of ascended to OPS at the end, which got a pretty big amount. When we were evaluating, were we able to determine the level or amount of unmet need? So as we looked at it, could we say, this is how many needs came in, this is how much we met, this was unmet. So if there needed to be an ask from the legislature again, or if we needed to figure out what was unmet, are there I guess that after this, that there leave critical needs that still need to be addressed? I'd just be curious to hear what those were.
I'm glad you asked the question. To make sure that we answer it correctly, I'm going to ask Jay Martin to come up, who runs that program for us. It also gives me an opportunity to recognize and thank Jay for all of his work in the safety and security area on behalf of the Department of Education, but specific to the grant program. Do you have the question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oops. Sorry. In regards to your question, yes, we do have the numbers as far as what was not met. Obviously, it was about 45 million. We had a total of about 55.5 million that was requested. So we do have the 45 million that was not met. And so our goal, obviously, is if this is brought up again with legislation, is that we do have some of those needs that are still needed. The particular areas that weren't met in particular were cameras and film primarily were the things that were not met.
Thank you. Can I ask one more question? Did you guys, I guess, give a level of priority to the need? So if you had to go back and say, there was 45, I don't know, it seemed like things went from doors to fences. And so it was a wide range of things, and I could see some needs being really a greater, higher level security risk than others. So out of that 45 million, would you be able to say, 10 of this probably needs to be addressed immediately, or 20 million is urgent, you know, are you able to, did you decipher some of that?
We didn't get into the specifics of that as far as which ones of the 45 million that was remaining, what would need to be addressed first. But again, those would be things that, again, we could potentially articulate as far as what ones would be. What we did look at initially, again, was the preventative ones, which coming from the Sandy Hook Commission report back in February of 2015, the clear one thing that was evidence-based behind that is the fact that if you have somebody behind a locked door, they're going to be safe. So that's why that was a priority that was looked at most, because there's literally been a lot of research on that, again, originating from the Sandy Hook Commission, also from I Love You Guys.
Okay, and then one other question I had is, did you do partial grants, or did the, people at the top, by top I mean people got the largest amounts, were their needs fully met, or would there still be a delta? You know, if someone asked for 100, do we say, okay, we're gonna give you 80 and you gotta figure out the 20? Or if you were one of those ones larger than 2,000, you got everything you needed?
Yeah, again, due to the amount of funds that were requested, there was a rubric that was used, and in that rubric, there was a percentage. Nobody got everything that they requested. There was a priority question that was listed on our needs assessment, and in that needs assessment, that program, they had to list the priority, and within that priority, from the committee, we had basically a percentage. Anybody that was 25 points or higher, we had a rubric was 30 points total. So anybody that was 25 and higher got 100% of that recommended amount. And then it went down from there. 23 to 25 got 70%, 19 to 22 was 60%, and 15 to 18 was the 50%.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Maybe just for the public's knowledge, there were 217 applicants, for those of you that are listening. 162 public and 55 non-public applied for the $10 million. So a lot of interest, a lot of need.
Thank you for your work in this area. We know that keeping our students safe is a priority for everyone, so thank you.
Well, thank you.
Okay, agenda item 6.2.G, authorize the commissioner to approve this, oh, we're still on that one, sorry, got it off. So the motion is to authorize the commissioner to approve the funding recommendations for the school safety and security related infrastructure grants. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Morrison. Yes. Penner,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Kojons,
Yes.
Fricky,
Yes.
8 yes.
The affirmative has it, and the motion to authorize the commissioner to approve the funding recommendations for the school safety and security-related infrastructure grants is adopted. Item 6.2.H, authorize the commissioner to amend the contract for the Summer Electronic Benefit Transfer SEBT program. Is there a motion on item 6.2.H?
Madam President, I move to authorize the commissioner to amend the contract for the Summer Electronic Benefit Transfer Program.
Thank you, Kirk. It is moved and seconded to authorize the commissioner to amend the contract for the Summer Electronic Benefit Transfer Program. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Yeah, I think that it's important that the public knows that there are 25 schools that are taking advantage of this, and that they were each given $2,000 as well for the summer program. And because of that, kids that really needed the extra help during the summer are going to get it.
Thank you. Any other comments or discussion? I just want to say, I think our commissioner for jumping to this when this became a possibility for the kids in our state, and appreciate our staff and the work that they've done behind the scenes to make this happen as summer's quickly approaching. So the motion is to authorize the commissioner to amend the contract for the summer electronic benefit transfer program. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Jones?
Yes.
Goebbels?
Yes?
Tegmeyer?
Yes.
Morrison?
Yes.
Neary?
Yes.
Penner?
Yes.
Fricky?
Yes.
Kojons?
Yes.
8 yes.
The affirmative has it, and the motion to authorize the commissioner to amend the contract for the summer electronic benefit transfer program is adopted. Item 6.2.I, approve new and expansion early childhood education program grants. Is there a motion on item 6.2.I?
Yes, there is. I move to approve new and expansion early childhood education program grants.
I'll second.
It's moved and seconded to approve new and expansion early childhood education program grants. Is there any discussion on the motion? Okay, seeing none, the motion is to approve new and expansion early childhood education program grants. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Neary? Yes. Kojons?
Yes.
Penner?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Fricky?
Yes.
Goebbels?
Yes?
Morrison?
Yes.
Tegmeyer?
Yes.
8 yes.
The affirmative has it, and the motion to approve new and expansion early childhood education program grants is adopted. Item 6.2.J, authorize the commissioner to contract to create micro-credential courses to support leadership development. Is there a motion on 6.2.J?
Yes, Madam President. I move to authorize the commissioner to contract to create micro-credential courses to support leadership development.
Is there a second on this? It's, I know, Kirk, it's your job. All right, it's moved and seconded to authorize the commissioner to contract to create micro-credential courses to support leadership development. Is there any discussion on this motion?
Well, I don't want to speak for Amy Rohn, but she had a pretty exciting report, I thought. So maybe we should ask her to come up and talk about everything that's happened. Just a little bit. Is she here? No?
Okay, Patsy, do you want the staff that this is their item, or did you want Amy? This isn't Amy's item.
I think it's Amy's. Okay, all right. Did I misunderstand? Okay, all right. Never mind, I'll speak about it. So, okay, so, I gotta find it now. Oh, so Amy was talking about the state and regional programs and how they've grown. And I remember attending some of these meetings that have to do with this, and the numbers are unbelievable. And so I think that we're doing great work there. So.
Jacqueline.
Hey, Commissioner. Would Dr. Vargas be able to come talk a little more about this item?
I see Dr. Vargas, and so I think the answer to your question is yes.
Thanks.
Is it? Is it?
Yeah, I think it would, with your permission, I think it would be wise to bring Ryan Rickenbaugh also up on this topic, who's put in an immense amount of work.
Good morning, Shirley Vargas, Administrator, School District Support.
Good morning, everybody. Ryan Rickenbaugh, Director of Statewide Teacher and Principal Support.
Okay.
I apologize, I was on J instead of I. Okay.
I guess could you just talk a little bit more about what it is and what you guys are going to be accomplishing?
Absolutely. So we have an opportunity to collaborate with UNO to provide, well, to first gather stakeholders from across the state to provide meaningful, responsive micro-credentialing opportunities through a online module in order to support their continued development. And I'll turn it over to Ryan to add a little bit more since he's been involved in a lot of the conversation.
Yeah, the hope is that we're able to kind of close the gap between teacher and leadership preparation and what is expected and needed on the job as school leaders and as teachers. One big opportunity that we see is leadership of literacy programs. That's a big focus. So the conversation will be, what does that look like for implementation? What does that look like leadership around literacy implementation? Another avenue is multi-tiered systems of support and what that could look like. So we're depending on feedback from practitioners and people across the state to determine, okay, what is the highest need, what is the greatest need, and then working with UNO, who has really good experience in developing micro-credentials, to determine what that looks like asynchronously. And then also what's important to me is these are all kind of founded in this, or aligned to the standards of educator effectiveness. And then another benefit would be these were provided to Nebraska educators at no cost. So hopefully it is something that people see value, but we're learning to understand what those values are through the conversations and then determining how we can create those to support those needs statewide.
So is this a program for people who are already administrators to take, or is it aspiring administrators?
We really want to make it as flexible as possible. It's for, the topics will be valuable for teachers just wanting to be more involved. Definitely there will be specifics for leadership development. And ideally, we hope that schools would take advantage of this as in teams, networking opportunities as well. So very flexible, not necessarily job specific, but then that allows people to kind of make this what they want based on their experiences, rather than it being dictated by the course content itself.
But it is meant to be responsive to people currently in their positions. Yes.
So do they get credit hours for this?
This is just a learning opportunity, not tied to credit at this point. Conversations down the road could be, how could this enhance certification opportunities, things like that, but that's not part of the discussion at this point.
It's attempting to establish the proof point in order to then make sure that we can actually then come back and share and see what type of recommendations the board would like to take or make based off of that information.
I thought it was really good that it was online, asynchronous, and I mean, I think you have made it accessible. 15 hours. It's something that you would look at and think, I need to know more about that subject, and therefore it's not very difficult for me to attain that opportunity and to take advantage of it.
I can't remember, I apologize. Is this a one-year grant, 3-year grant? Tell me a little bit more about that.
It's a one-year grant, and based off evaluation, we'd come back and ask for a renewal.
Okay, so the follow-up evaluation will determine whether you move on with what you just mentioned. And
that's right.
Hopefully it's very successful. Sounds like a good opportunity. Thank you.
Can you give like maybe 1 or 2 or 3 examples of what a class might be, maybe, along the way? What are you predicting?
Yeah, a big focus and opportunity is the literacy, leadership of literacy, and then just implementation of literacy programs. That would be a big one. Nebraska MTSS support, leadership and implementation could be another focus. Those are the 2 easy ones that I see right now. But I'll be interested to hear get the feedback from an advisory group on, hey, what is the most important need, and how do we put that into an asynchronous opportunity?
I just have one more question. So on the rationale for method of procurement, it says that per statute, if we are contracting with the state agency and the University of Nebraska or the state colleges, that we don't have to kind of do a competitive bidding. So why did we choose UNO versus any of the state colleges? How were they selected and why?
So UNO has already been in development of micro-credentials. They've really focused a lot of time and energy, have staff that are experts in doing some of this work. And just through the conversations, it seemed like a natural fit and opportunity for us to really get something going from the get-go.
The other thing I'll add is that they also are connected with school districts that are actively engaging in this work. So what we also want to do is not go on a hunch that micro-credentials will work and adding asynchronous stuff will work, but they're actively doing that work with school districts. We want to make sure we capitalize on those use cases to create meaningful experiences for these leaders and teachers.
This is a great professional development opportunity. I can think of a number of people who would be interested in doing this, especially because it is flexible, it's asynchronous and aligned with the standards. You know, I'll be interested to see what the particular modules, what content and topics end up being part of that, because there are so many to choose from. It'd be kind of interesting to see how that plays out.
And again, I apologize for getting my I and J confused. Thank you.
Ryan and Dr. Vargas, thank you for furthering this conversation and helping us better understand this. So, thank you.
Thank you.
The motion is to authorize the commissioner to contract to create micro-credential courses to support leadership development. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Kojans,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Penner. Yes. Fricke,
Yes.
Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Morrison.
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes.
8 yes.
The affirmative has it, and the motion to authorize the commissioner to contract to create micro-credential courses to support leadership development is adopted. Item 6.2.K, issue sub-awards and contracts to carry out the provisions of the Nebraska statewide educational programs and support services for children who are deaf or hard of hearing, state plan, and the duties listed within. Is there a motion on 6.2.K?
Yes, there is. I move to issue sub-awards and contracts to carry out the provisions of the Nebraska statewide educational programs and support services for children who are deaf or hard of hearing, state plan, and the duties listed within.
Is moved and seconded to issue subawards and contracts to carry out the provisions of the Nebraska statewide educational programs and support services for children who are deaf or hard of hearing, state plan, and the duties listed within. Is there any discussion on the motion?
I think I'll now call Amy Rohn up to talk about, she has like a plethora of things that she can tell us about this to inform us.
Do you have a specific question for her? What? Do you have a specific question for her?
Okay, Amy, will you talk a little bit about the regional programs and what your plan is for that and how they're growing, your activities and that sort of thing?
Yeah, so this is specific to our regional programs that support our students who are educators and our students who are deaf or hard of hearing. Every 10 years come to you all to submit a state plan to carry out the activities that are found within the federal regulations, IDEA, as well as our state statutes, to ensure that our students who are deaf or hard of hearing are served appropriately in school systems and/or programs that support their needs. We have 5 regional programs. We come every other year with state contracts to support that, as our year 1 encompasses the statewide, and that was last year, so we came to you with funding and activity support for our statewide coordination, and then this year we come to you with the regional support. It also includes our contract with the Iowa School for the Deaf, as Nebraska does not have a school for the deaf, so it is a opportunity for students in Nebraska to receive the full continuum that is within their federal regulations and federal rights.
Questions for Amy? I do want you to brag a little bit about your numbers. Is that in one of your other?
Yes, that'll be in a different one.
Okay, thank you. All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Amy. The motion is to issue subawards and contracts to carry out the provisions of the Nebraska statewide educational programs and support services for children who are deaf or hard of hearing state plan and the duties listed within. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Penner,
Yes.
Morrison, Kojons,
Yes.
Fricky,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
8 yes.
The affirmative has it, and the motion to issue subawards and contracts to carry out the provisions of the Nebraska statewide educational programs and support services for children who are deaf or hard of hearing state plan and the duties listed within is adopted. Is there a motion on item 6.2.L?
Yes, Madam Chair. I move to issue subawards to carry out the federal IDEA Part B grant continuation activities.
I'll second.
It is moved and seconded to issue subawards to carry out the federal IDEA Part B grant continuation activities. Is there any discussion on the motion?
And give us information about this. This is the 5 regionals and all of that.
Again, do you have a specific question?
Okay. Tell me what changes, tell the board what changes you've seen in these and with respect to growing interest and attendance and all of that.
Okay, so what Patty's referring to, Patsy is referring to is within this rationale, there are 3 different projects that have sub-projects listed out. There's lots of pages that you got to read through, but specifically all 3 of those projects are organized around our regional approach to supporting school districts and/or ESUs to support the needs of students. So the first project is our Autism Spectrum Disorder Network, which is housed externally in those regions. We have autism spectrum disorder coordinators and board-certified behavior analysts that support districts with students who are eligible to receive special education services with autism. We then also have our NEMTSS regional programs, again, centralized and working in those regions. And then finally, we have our regional transition facilitators that are also in those regions. So the first, the ASD network has, for the last 20 years, put a ASD conference together. And each year, the numbers in that conference grow more and more, in the thousands, actually, this year, with over 900 of those participants actually being from other states. So not only are we in the thousands for reaching Nebraska educators, but we're also reaching many other states who find value in what we're putting on here in Nebraska. Then the second, the Nebraska MTSS, this will be our 7th year of a Nebraska MTSS Summit in October. September this year, you'll all get invitations. Our NEMTSS Summit started with 400 participants, and this last year over 2,000. So we're very excited about the continued efforts that we are making. Obviously, those aren't done in isolation. We do that with numerous partnerships across our state. So I think that's what Patsy was hoping to share, is that we have lots of interest in all areas to support our educators.
Which event did you have 2,000 in attendance?
That was the ASD network.
So Amy, I have a question for you. When I was reading through this, I saw on page 1 of the rationale that funds, I'm just going to read it. It says funds must be used to assist with implementing practices that have a high likelihood of improving post-school outcomes for students with disabilities, and these were listed as increasing graduation rate, decreasing dropout rate, increasing rates of competitive employment, and increasing rate of enrollment in post-secondary education or training. And so, as I understand it, some of this programming goes back to 2019. So are we seeing post-school outcomes improving as a result of this?
We actually are. So specifically, that item, we can tie direct correlation to the regional transition facilitators. Transition support is a legally required component of all individualized education programs, and it begins at age 14. And as part of that, we work to ensure that students with disabilities receive pre-employment transition services, work with VR counselors to ensure that they are both career and or college ready, depending on what their pathways look like for them. And we have seen improved outcomes. We actually have seen decreases in our graduation and increases in our dropout, but we have attributed that to the pandemic. And so we report everything in 3-year trends. We are very optimistic just at our first glances of this year's data that will be reported in the next year's trend data, that we'll see those to start to improve again.
When will you get that information?
That will all be in the state performance plan that's submitted in 2025, February of 2025.
Okay, great, thank you.
Any more questions for Amy?
Okay, the motion is to issue subawards to carry out the federal IDEA Part B grant continuation activities. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Morrison? Yes. Neary?
Yes.
Penner?
Yes.
Kojons?
Yes.
Goebbels?
Yes.
Tegmeyer?
Yes.
Fricky?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
8 yes.
The affirmative has it, and the motion to issue subawards to carry out the federal IDEA Part B grant continuation activities is adopted. Is there a motion on item 6.2.m?
Yes, Madam Chair. I move to issue subawards to carry out the federal IDEA Part C grant continuation activities.
Is moved and seconded to issue subawards to carry out the federal IDEA Part C grant continuation activities. Is there any discussion on this motion? Seeing none, the motion is to issue subawards to carry out the federal IDEA Part C grant continuation activities. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Neary?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Morrison?
Yes.
Fricky?
Yes.
Tegmeyer?
Yes.
Penner?
Yes.
Goebbels?
Yes.
Kojons?
Yes.
8 yes.
The affirmative has it, and the motion to issue subawards to carry out the federal IDEA Part C grant continuation activities is adopted. Chair Sherry Jones will report on behalf of the Planning and Evaluation Committee meeting.
The Planning and Evaluation Committee reports on their committee meeting May 2nd, 2024. The members present were Patsy Kojons and Patty Goebbels and myself, Sherry Jones. The committee reviewed the action item to approve non-public schools for the 2024-25 school year. NDE staff answered questions related to the approval processes. The committee recommends the approval of this item. The committee discussed items related to the conditional approval of new non-public schools, approval of interim program schools for the 2024-25 school year, accreditation of current accredited public, non-public, and special purpose schools, and educational service units. NDE staff answered questions related to the differences in the types of school settings, the frequency of compliance visits, and submissions of annual assurance statements. NDE staff will return next month for approval. I have requested a summary presentation to be shared with the full board regarding these items. The committee discussed the approval of educator preparation programs for the 2024-25 school year. NDE staff answered questions related to number of approved programs and the accreditation process. NDE staff will return next month for approval. The committee discussed the process for developing a model dress code policy. NDE staff answered questions regarding the statutory requirements, as well as the tentative timeline and themes from stakeholder input. NDE staff will return next month for approval. The committee received an update on Draft 1 of the proposed revisions to the 2017 Nebraska College and Career Ready Standards for Science. NDE staff provided an overview of the process timeline, the release of the public input survey, and ways to share information with various stakeholders. The committee received an update for the mathematics standards setting results. NDE staff shared how this process will encompass the general and alternate assessment, as well as provided information regarding stakeholders involved in the process. The committee received an update on the Asante Elementary, Middle, and High School Priority School progress plans. Members of the schools will be presented next month, members of the schools will be present next month to provide an annual update to the full board. And I'd like to add that, board members, there will be materials available prior to the June board meeting for members to read. This concludes the planning and evaluation report.
Are there any questions on the Planning and Evaluation Committee report? I just have one. For the chair, can you tell me where, I'm guessing it's out there and I've just missed it. Where is the time frame for the mathematics standards? Is there one?
I don't believe so. Who am I?
Would that be
The
Allison?
science is currently out there.
Okay,
The science is there now.
okay. I'll just visit with Allison individually.
Didn't we just approve math last year? Didn't we just approve mathematics last year? So it's another 6 years.
A clarification, I think what's in the report is the standards setting for mathematics, not the revision of the standards.
Okay. Okay. All right, I'll visit with Allison. Thank you.
And actually Trudy, I believe, didn't you, was Trudy here? She shared that information about, so either person may be able to help you with that, give you information with that.
The standard setting is in July.
I have a question.
Yes.
Sorry. One of our agenda items from this committee, or action items from this committee, is to approve Rule 14 non-public schools. And I see that there is a PowerPoint in our agenda that lists out those non-approved schools. I'm sorry. Those approved schools, approved non-public schools, the non goes to the public, not the approved. I'm just curious, what is the department's, so the department brings us this list, but what does the department do procedurally to decide that something becomes approved? Did you guys discuss that in your committee? And I kind of know the answer, but I'm just curious about the discussion about it. What are we approving?
Yes, Dr. Jean-Baptiste, would you be willing to come up and answer her question on that? I mean, he shared with us the compliance visits and the paperwork they need to get in, et cetera, self-reporting, but I think it'd be best from Dr. Dayco.
What's the department's procedures for deciding whether or not to forward something, before you decide whether to forward something onto this board for us to approve the list, what type of process have you gone through with these schools to decide this is the list we're putting to the board for approval?
Well, according to Rule 14, we have steps that are in place to help us maintain if those schools are following compliance within Rule 14. So for example, at the beginning of the year, schools are asked to submit a staffing report. They're asked to submit an assurance statement. And then throughout the course of the year, we do have several schools that are scheduled to have compliance visits in which we verify if they are in compliance or if there are things that they need to do to find themselves in compliance. And then once we have that information and we are assured that those schools are in compliance, we then forward the list to the Planning and Evaluation Committee with our recommendation that they be approved for the following school year.
How, if I were a school on this list, how often do I show up on a compliance visit list? Is that annually, every other year, every 4 years? How often are we getting out to these schools?
That is a very good question. Please consider that there are 3 team members who are making these compliance visits. And in the state of Nebraska, we have over 400 plus schools, both public and non-public. The majority of our compliance visits will be to those public schools, and then we also have compliance visits to our non-public schools. So within the course of a year, we try to schedule anywhere between 8 to 10 of those compliance visits at our non-public approved schools.
I'm sorry, I saw some other conversation happening while you were talking, so I got distracted. So was there something else that was being discussed?
There is a presentation on this, and I wondered, would that be beneficial, and would there be objections to doing that now? Would that help answer questions?
When I read the committee report, it said that the committee had requested that the PowerPoint be shared. I just assumed that meant it was gonna be shared in the agenda document, not that there was gonna be a presentation here, but I realized that was ambiguous, so was there a plan for that to be, okay, I thought the sharing was.
Right, with them, yeah.
And that it was gonna be included in our agenda. So I can
So
wait.
that would be my question is, would you, I mean, you're welcome to ask more questions, or we can go to the PowerPoint. It's up to you.
So was the plan to do a presentation?
Yes.
Okay.
And that may not have been clear in the.
Yeah, I didn't read it that way, so I can wait until your presentation.
Since you're here, would you mind, does anyone have any objections if we just, okay, we'll just do that right now. Thank you.
Is it showing up yet? Okay. First and foremost, thank you. I'm Dr. Deco Jean-Baptiste, and I am the Director of Accreditation. The team that I'm fortunate to work with are Dr. Sandy Suter, Mr. Todd Wolverton, our administrator, Mr. Brad Dirksen, and our office associate, Mrs. Chris Gatula. So I appreciate the opportunity to be able to come to the State Board this morning and share with you some information regarding approval of Rule 10, 14, 18, and 84 school systems, whether they're approved or accredited. And so with that, here in the state of Nebraska, here in the state of Nebraska, all public schools are required to be accredited by the State Board of Education. We do have non-public schools, some of our private and parochial schools that are eligible to apply for and maintain accreditation under Rule 10. As you look at the monitors there, you can see that we have a total of 329 school systems within the state of Nebraska, and the breakdown is 240 245 of those are public, 79 are accredited non-public, and 5 of those are accredited special purpose school systems. When it comes to our Rule 14 non-public schools, of course, these are going to cover our private and parochial non-public schools, which have to meet the minimum requirements by Rule 14 to be approved by the board. And if you look at this next screen, you'll see that there is a breakdown of the total number of non-public schools that we have, 93, and then also we have 8 configurations of these schools. 2 of those are highlighted for you because the most common configuration is kindergarten through 8 with 59. An uncommon one is 3rd through 12. And then you can see that our non-public approved schools are serving approximately 11,500 students. And if you look at this next slide, you'll see that the majority of those are found in Lincoln, Omaha, and then a significant drop-off being in Columbus and at Scottsbluff. When it comes to our Rule 18 inter-program schools or systems, these are schools that are located within county detention homes, institutions, juvenile emergency shelters, and so forth. And they are located in these various locations. Boys Town has 3, Lincoln, Madison, Omaha, and Papillion, for a total of 15 of these interim programs. Our educational service units, I believe Dr. Maher mentioned them a little bit early and the work that they do. They must also comply with Title 92 of Nebraska Administrative Code 84. We have 17 ESUs located throughout the state of Nebraska. And then just to wrap things up for you today, a takeaway for this is to remember that when it comes to Rule 10 and Rule 84, they're both accredited. Rule 14 and Rule 18 are both approved, and they're both either accredited or approved on a year-to-year basis from July 1st through June 30th of the following year. So that brings a close to what I have to share with you this morning.
So any questions?
So when I'm going around the state bragging that Nebraska's schools are in the top 10 in the country, in the only apples to apples test, our NAEP test, is that data based on only the accredited schools?
No. When it comes to either accredited or approved schools, we are tops. One of the benefits that we're able to do in our compliance visits are actually see schools, see staff working together and the jobs that they're doing for our students. A lot of that other information, it either comes through test scores and so forth.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to make it sound like I was trying to say only our accredited schools are top-notch. I meant, do the approved schools take the NAEP test? And I know that's not your area, but I'm just curious.
Green light, there we go. Dr. John Batiste, I'll jump in here.
Thank you.
The approved schools do not necessarily participate in the NAEP test.
They have the option?
No, it's not an option. You're selected to be part of the NAEP. So almost exclusively, that's an accredited school. It doesn't necessarily only have to be an accredited school.
Thank
So, yeah, go ahead. Go for it.
you. You go.
So how many schools are selected to take the NAEP test every year?
I'm going to need to phone a friend. And I don't know that friend is in here right now. How about I get that information and get it back to you? Yep.
All right, I'm gonna jump back to where we were. You said you have 3 team members, inclusive or exclusive of yourself?
Inclusive.
Okay. And so you are able to do 8 to 10 non-public schools a year. How many public schools are being visited in the compliance checks annually? Or when you say, I'm guessing visited, or we're kind of, it's more than just going out and visit. There's I'm assuming, if it's not, you tell me, a whole compliance process that happens for whichever school's district is being, so, and then it's like, when you say non-public, are you looking at the school, we also have another word that said non-public school systems, so I'm assuming that an entire parochial, you could have multiple schools in that system, so are you doing system checks, or are you doing actual school checks? Kind of, what are you doing and how many are you doing?
That's a really good question. Questions. Let me first start by sharing this with you. When it comes to school district or school system, all public schools are school systems because they have a governing body of a local school board. All of our non-public schools fall under school system because they may not have a local board, but they have a governing body such as the Omaha Archdiocese, Lincoln Archdiocese, and so forth and so on. When it comes to the compliance visits for accredited schools, whether they be public or non-public, we are at about 12%, meaning we've been able to cover 38 schools out of 329 in the state of Nebraska. And if you recall the map, that means going out to western Nebraska, northern Nebraska, southwestern Nebraska. School systems are notified during the summer that they'll have a compliance visit, and during the year, myself or the team will reach out to the school systems and let them know when there's coming up. Now, many times when we refer to a school system, oftentimes it's a school because you may have the elementary, middle school, and high school all in one building. So it gets a little muddy at times, but we are going out to those systems as much as possible.
When you said you are about at 38, are you saying that's how many that's how many we've done out of our whole, is that annually, or that's just how many since we've started this process, we've done? Help me understand what we're doing, what the 38 means.
So the 38 means accredited, public, and non-public compliance visits. On top of that, if by
In what period, though?
this school year.
Okay.
But keep in mind, we're also doing the approved compliance visits as well, and then also special purpose schools too. So totally, we had 57 or 58 compliance visits that we were able to get to over the course of this year. Doubled from last year.
Congratulations. What's and so when you, and I'm just curious, so when you go out and do a compliance visit, I'm assuming, this is an assumption because I don't know, there's a compliance report. And so are those reports public reports that are subject to public records request? And then if there are issues that are determined, would this board ever be notified of it if we were to get this list and say, hey, approve this list? Would we know that there were ever be notified that there were compliance issues, or they're working on compliance issues? How much transparency do we get in the process before we're asked to kind of approve the list for the next year?
Well, let's say, for example, there was a school that was out of compliance and possibly moving towards probation on accreditation on probation. The process would first entire that school having due process to try to get themselves back into compliance. And if that's not the case, then it would go before the commissioner, and the commissioner would make the recommendation to move forward in whichever direction.
And the 38 that you've done in the past year, how many had issues?
At the time of the compliance visit, I would probably say a handful of them. And then part of our process is to give them 30 days to get themselves back into compliance. And if they're not able to do that, whether it's in Rule 10 or Rule 14, they're given the opportunity to put together a plan, present the plan, and then either have the board approve the plan moving forward on how they're going to fix that issue that they're out of compliance with, or be placed on probation and so forth and so on.
So I'm going to ask you one more question, and then you came from Omaha Public Schools?
Yes.
When's the last time they've had a compliance check?
That is the $25,000 question, and the answer is this year,
Okay, and how?
at the beginning of the year.
So this year they had a compliance check. So if you were
Yes.
going out to check a system like that, how many schools would you actually go to?
The team was able to, one, go to the Omaha Public School System. I was excluded from that because I'm 1 year removed from OPS. And so Mr. Todd Wolverton and Dr. Sandy Suter were able to make trips. Mr. Brett Dirksen was also able to go and visit several schools. Off the top of my head, I would just have to say with 3 people trying to visit schools all day, it's probably around 3 to 6 with the amount of time that they're spending at each school.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, are those records public? Their compliance reports?
I'll have to defer to Mr. Dirksen if possible regarding that question.
I think to Mr. Halstead, actually, Deputy Commissioner Halstead.
Brad Dirksen, Administrator, Office of Accreditation, Certification, and Approval. I was there with visits in the Omaha School District for the compliance survey. I believe we conducted around 18 visits to individual schools that I attended, 2 days specifically, going out and visiting, and then other team members visited other schools as well. In regards to the public records, we'd have to check with our legal team to see if the entire document would be a public record, or if we could disclose that to the public or not. I'm not unfamiliar at this point in time.
Thank you.
Thank you for both of you. My question is, you mentioned probation. So if they are non-compliant after a certain amount, that was 30 days, then they're probationary. What happens, how many days would the probation be? And if they're not in compliance, is it an automatic non-accreditation? How does that work?
The probationary process is outlined within Rule 10, and it is a process that we're working on formalizing a little bit more in detail because there's some complexities to it. The probationary period would be a probationary status set by the period is for the year, the school year. A school district could be put on probation during the school year, or they could be put on probation for the following school year, based upon the regulations that are written. It would be a status that would be imposed by the board after some due process provisions within the regulation.
Thank you.
Deputy Commissioner Halstead is back, so if you'd like to ask him your question, Jacqueline?
My question was, when we go out and do compliance reports on school districts, are those subject to public records requests? Do they become a public document?
All documents of the department are public records that possibly could be withheld as an investigatory report, depending on what's in the report or the purpose of the report in its writing. But all documents of or belonging to the department are public records, so.
I guess, okay, now I have to ask a different question. What are the exceptions that would allow us to not not release that report? What would be a reason that we wouldn't?
Again, it's going to be dependent on what's in the report itself. If this is this just the monitoring visit and what we found and did, or is this about we've got reported violations and therefore we're out to investigate to see if these violations occur? And yes, we found violations. The latter would clearly be something of an investigatory report that could be withheld.
I'm assuming from what was explained that we are just doing general monitoring when we go out to do compliance checks. But now, are you suggesting that we are also doing compliance checks based on, out of that 38, some of those are based on reporting violations? Not you, Dr. Halsted. Now we're back to.
So within that entire process, oftentimes the accreditation team is in communication with the schools prior. So we provide them with a checklist of basically their assurance statement, making sure that they have all of those things verified. So by the time that we arrive, they should have all of those things in compliance. If they're not in compliance, then that's when we say, okay, you'll have 30 days to get this in compliance and so forth and so on. Depending on whether it's Section 003, which is a mandatory requirement for legal operation, or if it's in one of the other sections, which is regulatory, there are different steps that we would take in order to either move them towards accreditation on probation or so forth.
Thank you.
I should know this. I've been on the board 5 years, but I forget more than I these days. Can you remind me, accredited schools, there is, we require a certain assessment. But if they are accredited non-public or approved, they are able to come up with their own assessment that is different than the state assessment. Is that correct?
That would fall outside of their, so if you don't mind, I'll answer it, but that is correct.
Thank you. And thank you. I just asked because assessment is one way of looking at, but we don't have an assessment that crosses all of the different types of schools in our state. So that was, anyway, sorry, I threw that at you.
Any further questions? Because it directly relates to what was just discussed, I do want to proceed with agenda item 6.3A. There's not a motion on the floor. Yeah. All right, so is there a motion on item 6.3.A?
I move to approve non-public schools for legal operation for the 2024-2025 school year.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to approve non-public schools for legal operation for the 2024-2025 school year. Is there any discussion on this motion? All right, seeing none, the motion is to approve non-public schools for legal operation for the 2024-2025 school year. Will the recording secretary please call the roll?
Morrison? Yes. Neary?
Yes.
Penner?
Yes.
Kojons?
Yes.
Goebbels?
Yes.
Tegmeyer?
Yes.
Fricky?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
8 yes.
The affirmative has it, and the motion to approve non-public schools for legal operation for the 2024-2025 school year is adopted. At this time, the board will have a brief recess for lunch. We will reconvene at 12:40. The board meeting will resume in 1 minute. Will you? Okay, the State Board of Education, May 2nd, 2024 board meeting will resume. I was just looking, we are bringing some staff in here, but we have an agenda item that's a discussion item. And this is the conditional approval of new non-public schools. So just to differentiate that that's different than our last agenda item. This is 6.3B. So board members, are there any questions or discussion on this item?
Does it mean conditional? Madam President, can you explain a little bit what it means, a conditional approval of new public schools?
That would
Of
be a
non-public
really,
schools.
that will be a good question for either.
In the future?
The chair.
For the chair?
Or the staff member, and I believe that would, they're gonna be here in just a moment.
So we need to wait, in other words.
We do.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there any other things we could discuss?
Okay. Would any board member be opposed if I skip to, no. Hang on.
Madam President, in a general way, I think I can define what that means.
Okay, I was hoping that maybe we had a board member that could, Patty?
When you have schools that want to be approved under Rule 14, they are first approved conditionally.
Oh, okay.
Okay? So that's the first step in the process.
Thank you, Patty.
So was Patsy, was that sufficient?
That's great.
Okay. Is there any other discussion on item 6.3.B?
I'll say one more thing, if I may, to Patsy. To be recommended for conditional approval, the proposed school should be in substantial compliance. And I asked, what does that mean? And Dr. Jean-Baptiste said that
yeah.
they should be ready for students to walk in and fully function first day of school.
I remember that now.
So
Yeah.
that was how that was defined.
Okay, moving on to discussion item 6.3C. This is approval of interim program schools for the 2024-2025 school year. Are there any questions or discussion on this item?
Just that, you know, with our other things that show up as discussion items, the specific programs will be coming for approval next board meeting.
Thanks for bringing that up. Item 6.3.D is accreditation of current accredited public, non-public, and special purpose schools. So this is a discussion item. Are there any questions or discussion on this item?
I have a question. Is this discussion, I mean, was this related to something's coming to us in the future? So that's why it's here, or is it just a general discussion about our accreditation processes, or kind of, can we have a little bit more context about the discussion?
Oh, I believe it will be for approval. Am I correct? It will be for approval as we did for the non-public schools today, didn't we? We had one action item. So this would be for discussion, and it would come to the full board for approval. Discussion today, so it seems, yeah, be approval next month, I believe.
Just curious, do our rules say, or does legislation say that we have to, that the board has to take action annually to approve? Like, where's the requirement that that come to us annually versus if there's an amendment?
I think that might be a staff question.
Yes, I would ask Deputy Commissioner Halstead to come up and address that. Please.
Brian Halstead. Rule 10 specifically says, I believe, annual. I was looking quickly to see what the statute talks about, but that's where I was quickly looking for the statute on accreditation. Section 79-703 doesn't set a time period for accreditation. I believe it's in Rule 10 at the moment that it's an annual, but I'd have to look at Rule 10 specifically.
The only thing I would say about this, and I know this won't be changed before I leave the board, but if we are just getting a list of things that we've already approved or that are already accredited, and that there's nothing in the legislation that requires us to do this every single year, then it just seems kind of like unnecessary. And if we want it to be necessary, like if we think that there is some value in us approving it every year, then I think there needs to be more substance to what we're doing. Like, we need to, with this list, there should come a report of this is what schools are doing, or this is what performance has been, or, you know, this accreditation, you know, is problematic or something. Like, if it's just the department handing us a list annually and saying, here's the list, then to me, we only need to approve a list if we're taking something off the list or if we're adding something on the list. We don't need to just keep saying school districts are fine unless we're actually getting an indication from the department that they are fine or that they're not fine. So I would say if that's a self-imposed thing through a regulation because it says annually and it's not the law or the written Nebraska revised statute law, then just something to consider when we start to look at updating our rules and regs. Or if you do want to keep it, I would say challenge the department to tell you more about what's happening with each of these schools that they're monitoring or looking into.
Yeah. I think yesterday we ran out of time, but had there been time, I would have asked, a conversation point would have been the 5 schools with asterisks. And if you notice that, there's 5 schools on this list with asterisks, and they're either dissolving, merging, or unifying. And that would have been, I think, of interest to us as board members, just knowing the status of that. But unfortunately, we ran out of time. And so I'd like, in the future, I'm going to visit with Dr. Jean Baptiste to give me more information on that. So sometimes there may be some pertinent information that would be helpful for us to know, but yeah, I'm not sure always.
Sherry, we can have that. You can have that information today, if you'd like.
I know, I had that same question. What are they
So,
not doing?
Dr. Jean-Baptiste, would you come forward?
So my question, I'll bring that back to you. Would that be helpful? I just seen that Sandy Creek, Pope John the 23rd, Archangel, Catholic High School, Holy Family School, and Lawrence Nelson. I think we heard about Lawrence Nelson previously, but they had asterisks, and it said it would either be dissolving, merging, or unifying. So that was a question I was going to ask yesterday, but we ran out of time. So if you have any information to share with us, that would be great. If not, we could do that later.
Certainly, yes. Deco Jean-Baptiste. Each year, schools go through different transitions. As you can see on the list, some of them will deunify, some of them will transition, so forth and so on. And so we included that on there for your awareness as a part of the discussion item to be prepared for next month.
Yeah, just, I could interject as an example. Lawrence Nelson Sandy Creek was at last meeting. We approved them not being consolidated, and that's why now they show up as separate school systems.
So may we get specifics at a later, or maybe next month, as to whether they're dissolving, merging, or unifying? That would be helpful just for us. Thank you. Unless you have it, you could answer that now. Brian?
Brad, if you can both just stay here too for the next item as well. Thank you.
So South Central Unified was approved by the State Committee for the Reorganization of School Districts to be a unified system, and that approval was for the statutory maximum period of time, which expires on June 1st of this year. That entity in the school districts chose not to renew the unification, so on June 1st of this year, they'll be considered separate school districts for purposes of school finance, accreditation, and those types of matters. So the board at a previous meeting, and I don't remember if it was last meeting or before, you had to consider accreditation of Sandy Creek and accreditation of Lawrence Nelson for the 24-25 school year, which I believe you did. I don't remember if it was the March meeting or whatever in that regard. That's the unique feature about the unification ending, and now they're considered to both be the school district, the two school districts they are that were underneath that unification. So that would be the board didn't do anything. The terms of that interlocal agreement expired and they chose not to renew it.
Any further discussion on 6.3.d? Sherry?
Well, how about Pope John, the other ones listed? Mr. Halstead, do you know? Pope John, Archangel, Angel, and Holy Family School. Any information about their status, the other three?
Those would be non-public schools. I don't know anything about the bolding.
Okay, thank you.
I think we have information about the other three, don't we? Why are they on the list?
Those may, those may be schools that are applying for accreditation, that are moving from Rule 14 approval to Rule 10 accredited schools.
Agenda item 6.3E, discussion item accreditation of educational service units. Board members, are there any questions or discussion on this item? Okay, seeing none, we will move to agenda item 6.3F. This is a discussion item, approve educator prep programs for the 2024-2025 school year. Are there any questions or discussion on this item? I have questions. That's right, like, no. Okay, so Brad, last summer, we revised Rule 20. And we put in some provisions that I feel very strongly about, and that was that our educator prep programs had to include the science of reading. Now, as we sit today, Rule 20 is waiting the governor's signature. So those provisions will not be in place for this fall, am I correct?
Our monitoring process for those provisions will not be in place because they haven't been promulgated officially because of the signature of the governor, correct?
Okay, so when he signs that, how long does it take that then to go into effect?
I believe 5 days after a signature from the governor, regulation becomes official. All the forms from educator preparation programs are due May 1st. I believe, so we've collected the information from the educator preparation programs, and we are anticipating to be ready for the June or potentially August for the review of those materials that they've been submitted.
Okay, so even if it's signed May 11th or May 10th, whatever, May 10th, next Friday, it would not go into effect for these programs until the following school year? Not 2024, 2025, it'd be 2025, 2026.
Correct.
It's disappointing, isn't it? Yeah. No, you go ahead.
So in that information that they gave you, are you able to delve down into whether they have incorporated the science of reading into their teacher prep programs?
Because it wasn't in regulation, we did not request that information.
Okay, so then that really leads well, I think, into mine is how will they be demonstrating adherence in the future? Because I do anticipate that the governor will want to sign this since the legislature has invested substantial amount of money into literacy. How will we make sure that the educator prep programs are demonstrating adherence to that change?
There is an annual assurance statement process, very similar to the Rule 10, 14, 18 schools that educator preparation institutions do as well. So there'll be a check on the assurance statement component. There will also be it tied into the off-site and on-site review processes. And we're further going to develop out whatever those regulatory processes for that requirement going forward.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm trying to find something. I'm not as good as Jacqueline at getting to things like snappy like that. And, but I know that there was an Omaha World Herald article about the science of reading and the changes. And there had sort of been an implication from one of the colleges listed there that, hey, we're going to keep doing what we're doing. We got it. And I wish I could find that quote. I know I had sent it to Dr. Maher. Yes.
Can I speak to that? Yeah, you did, and I read that, and I don't think there's going to be a college or a university that can avoid teaching the science of reading. Number one, we'll have it in rule. Number two, the initiatives that we're putting forward in the area of literacy are centered around the science of reading. And we'll have many goals and priorities. We won't have any goals or any priorities that are more important than improving reading instruction at all levels in our schools. The emphasis on the science of reading, reading instruction, and literacy outcomes will demand that teacher preparation programs use the science of reading, let alone assurance statements that we put out that indicate that. If they don't, I don't think their students will be marketable. So I think in a very short period of time, that issue will resolve itself. But certainly the first linchpin that needs to drop, if linchpins drop, is the signing by the governor and getting that in rule.
Lisa?
My question is, I think it was not this legislative session, but the previous one, 107th, I think. Wasn't there a legislative bill that said that teacher prep programs will teach the science of reading? And if so, I don't remember that being signed by the governor. I mean, I just thought it was already law.
I don't think it was, Lisa, and I don't know who you were directing that question to.
Anybody that can answer it.
I don't believe there's anything in law that states that the science of reading has to be completed at teacher prep programs. And quite frankly, I'm glad it hasn't yet. I think that's the purview of this board. And that's why it's important to get that rule complete as quickly as we can.
Well, maybe it was recommended, something clicked.
I don't know exactly what you're thinking about. You may be thinking about there were three bills that were put forward this year regarding literacy, and one of them did state that the science of reading would be the methodology of choice. I can't remember the bill number, but that was all woven into, and I'm going to look at Lane 753, I think was the bill number on literacy.
Okay, so that was this session?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Because if we expect literacy to be taught, that should be part of an assurance statement that
Any other questions? Okay, Lisa Fricke will report on behalf of the Rules and Regulations Committee meeting.
All right, thank you, Madam President. Oh, we need to,
I am sorry. Oh, I should have had a little sugar with my lunch. We are not to.
sorry about that.
Item 6.3.g is a discussion item. It's the development of a model dress code policy. Board members, are there any questions or discussion on this item?
We had a good discussion about the model dress code policy in committee, and there were several, I would call them minor but important suggested changes to the policy. I don't know, Zainab, if you want to mention what those are, or Sherry, I know you suggested a couple of those. And additionally, I had heard after our committee meeting, I got a text from a superintendent who was concerned because it wasn't clear in the way the model policy is worded. It made it sound like you have to, as a school leader, get parental consent if a student wears something to school that's inappropriate. So I had a discussion with Zainab about that, and Zainab has come up with a clarifying statement. So maybe it would be good for Zainab just to come up and kind of talk through that a little bit.
I think that would be beneficial. Thank you, Patty.
Elizabeth, in the meantime, so I'm going to, just so everybody knows, I want to rely heavily on like what your superintendent said. So I will be in discussions with the superintendents in my district, maybe Colby out there and the superintendent's group. I think that's very important because there's a lot of questions in this policy. So thank you.
Well, and because, is that right? Sorry. Because I have the same concern, can someone talk to us about the process to develop this and who did have input? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Zainab Rida, Equity Officer and Administrator for the Office of Coordinated Student Support Services. In March, I presented the process of before we draft the model policy. Basically, the process was I drafted the model policy, and we had many advisory committees. So first, we started with the internal working with the offices, about 16 to 17 different offices. We want to make sure that we align and use the same language as it's stated in the statutes. Then the second step, we conducted 10 different focus groups, and to make sure that we included administrators, so they had one focus group to provide with their feedback. We had a focus group with teachers, with parents, with students, and with school board members, and with other group members, because if you look at the policy, we want to make sure the language also align with Native American, African American, Asian, and other community members. After that, also we looked at all the feedback that we received. We want to also make sure that we align it we use the same language that it is stated in a statute. So we didn't take any, sometimes they said we need, they requested a specific thing. We cannot go above and beyond what is the statutes stated in the bill. Then we presented to the board, and the feedback that we received from the committee, we want to make sure also we get the feedback that's aligned with the bill and using the same language. Any questions?
A comment on this. Number one, I would tell you, I don't know that I've looked at any item more closely than this one with my old principals and my old superintendent's hat on, and really have tried to figure out what would this have meant to me when I was the high school principal at Waverly or the superintendent at Centennial or Kearney, and how would that have impacted me? And I've got some feedback from superintendents on this particular item. I know there was a meeting in the metro area a few weeks ago where questions came up about, do you have this ready? Are you ready to go? Because there was a notion that this was going to be implemented for the upcoming school year. If you remember, the implementation date on this will impact the 25-26 school year, not the 24-25 school year. So as a board, you're way ahead of the game in looking at this and considering what we have right now and considering what, if any, changes still need to be made in the process. I commend Dr. Rita and all of the work that she's done at this point, and I would say, as we look out and hear now from the users, from our schools, that'll be really important for us over the next month as well.
I wish I had looked at this ahead of time. So I'm going to be honest, I kind of just looked at it recently. But a couple of things. A model, so school district dress code and grooming policy, it seems like it's very, I don't know, the tone of the document comes across very protective, like in a way that don't discriminate against a student's dress code or grooming based on their race, religion, sex, disability. That's repeated quite a bit. But there's not, like, is the model that we're suggesting is just an anti-discrimination model? Because I'm not getting a lot of other, like, specifics about what kids should and shouldn't be kind of wearing or presenting at school. It's more like instructive to the school districts of what they should not be doing to kids rather than what kids should or ideally be doing. So that's kind of the initial reaction that I got about how it was written. So I'm just curious if that was what the intent was.
So what is the question? So you want me to answer?
Was this model policy, when it was being drafted, was it about restricting the school districts and protecting the student, or was it about being prescriptive to the kids and what they should be wearing, and what, I don't want to say acceptable, but what's okay at schools? I'm trying to understand the kind of thought process about who and how you're writing this.
So if you look at the bill that Senator McKinney, basically we implemented his bill, the department is, we are required just to develop a model. So using the same language that it used in the bill, we didn't go above, beyond what is the bill say, so we use the same language. And then it's up to the school district if they want to go above and beyond what is. So it's the minimum requirement that school district, at least, they want to follow how to inform the parents, what is the discrimination statement that they need to, non-discrimination statement to include, what are the enforcement. It's basically just the steps for the schools to help them how to, if there is an violation to the dress code, how to handle it in the school. That's how we use based on what is stated in the statutes.
So when I read the statute, it says the department shall develop and distribute a model dress code, ... Such model policy shall not. So it sounds like it's telling us what our model policy cannot do. Like, we write something, make sure it doesn't do these things. Make sure your model policy isn't discriminatory. Make sure your model policy isn't prohibiting a student from wearing their attire, but write your policy. But it sounds like when I read our policy, our policy is telling school districts, don't discriminate, don't prohibit a student from wearing this attire. We just regurgitated what the statute says, but we actually didn't come up with a policy. We just told them what their policy should also not do. That's how I'm reading the statute versus the document that we came up with. Is that not right?
I don't know that I'm going to answer that yes or no. Rather, I think I can take that as feedback as we go through this next month before you have to adopt it.
I will just say, to me, this does not read like a model policy. I also don't think that the legislation is so I'm going to say this word, restrictive or prescriptive to say that we can't be more specific. It doesn't seem that way to me. It seems to say you can do, this can be your, the world is, you can do as much as you want, just don't do these things. And it's like we're taking that interpretation to say, forget doing all of this, we're just going to write, don't do these things. And I don't think that's not how it reads to me. And if that's what we do, I don't think we're being effective in what we could be doing or what was asked. The only other thing I would say, I know how the language in the law is written, and this is another place where we kind of just took the language verbatim, but this is where I think we have to think about this as ourselves, where we say students should not be prohibited from wearing attire. So we're talking about clothes, including religious attire, talking about clothes, natural and protective hairstyles, comma, adornments, talking about earrings, other attire associated with race. But we just, because the statute threw natural hairstyles in there, we put it in the same sentence as everything you can add to your body versus your hairstyle, which is actually something that's part of your body. So there could be some more intentionality even in how we write that and how we look at this. So it just, to me, again, when I look at the statute, that's how it's written. So I see why you did it that way, but we don't have to do it exactly that way, because I could see us being critiqued about why are we putting natural hair in the same sentence as attire. That's kind of culturally insensitive, or could be considered culturally insensitive.
So 2 questions. One, there isn't an urgency for us to pass this next month. Is that correct? Okay, since it's not in effect for another year. And secondly, this is a rhetorical question and probably more for Dr. Maher, but you might, but I don't expect an answer to this, but it's sort of what's going on in my brain is it is specific, at least the legislation was, about who's protected. But at the same time, we have a non-discrimination statement, albeit an expired one, but one that I've been told is still on the books, that says we protect gender expression. And so if we are looking at dress, should gender expression be part of the dress that we're protecting in addition to race, national origin, or religion? And it's just throwing it out there to the universe for people to think about, but don't expect an answer. Thank you.
So my knowledge of this is that an individual school district will have a very descriptive dress code that's going to tell you how many inches of whatever you can show and can't show. And we did it in Aurora. I mean, it's very descriptive on what the good and the bad, right? And so, kind of to your point, I think every school has a dress code, most likely, and the legislature told us to do something, and it looks like we took that. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying develop your own dress codes like you have for 30 years. Just don't do this. Don't discriminate and be careful. And is that kind of how you wrote that?
That's exactly, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, when I think of this saying we need a model, it's like we're the model. This is what people should aspire to. This is what we think the standard should be. a model doesn't mean tell people what not to do. Model means, if we think 3 inches, or we used to do arm length, or whatever is the model, then write what the model is. People can choose whether to accept the model or not to accept the model, but we're setting what that model looks like, not just telling them follow the law, which is what our model now says is, hey, don't do what the law says, don't do. I don't know. It just, that to me doesn't seem like we're doing what we were asked to do.
It'll be interesting to get the input from the superintendents. I mean, you're looking more as an offensive side, and this is written as a defense.
Yep.
Okay. Yep.
I have a question. So in Roman numeral 2, general principles and standards, number 4, clothing shall not promote violence, drugs, alcohol, profanity, or hate speech. I mean, I'm just curious, who defines hate speech?
The Supreme Court.
No, but honestly, I really am asking this because of a case with a middle schooler in Colorado who got in trouble for a patch on his backpack that said, "Don't tread on me." And there was a lot of controversy, it's national news, that's, so these are things that have to be considered when that's in the policy. And I'm not saying I want kids to wear things that promote hate speech. I'm just saying, who says what is hate speech and who says what isn't? And our lawyer knows.
I would just say, I think Brian Halstead could probably answer that. It's actually Supreme Court cases about hate speech, and to ask our school districts to, or ask Zainab to define it, or ask our school districts to define it, it's really something that judges over time have written about in court cases. And if you get back and forth about it, it's something that will always go to court because it's legal rules that have to be followed by lawyers. It's a very technical, like hate speech is a very technical defined term in the law. So I wasn't being funny. The Supreme Court has said, here are the definitions of what it is and what it's not.
So it's
And so I'm a lay person, and most of our superintendents are probably considered lay people when it comes to that Supreme Court thing. So that's why I'm just wanting to know. I feel like in a model policy, then that would be something that would be helpful. But I know Dr. Maher had a thought too on that.
Yep, we've had a lot of conversation on this, and we recognize that who determines that actually are the courts. And school districts certainly won't supersede that. So does that need to be in the policy or not? And our thought was yes, and our basis for that thought was, I want to make sure we give schools the tools necessary to determine what's appropriate to be worn in school. And some of that is around local norms. All of that is around case law, Supreme Court, et cetera, et cetera. But I think it gives our schools another tool in which to run the day-to-day operations. And I gave this example in committee yesterday. Years ago, when I was a high school principal, all of a sudden, shirts came out that were T-shirts that were Big Johnson T-shirts. And students would say, well, it's about this. There might be a tractor on it or something else. When probably every principal, I would assume, knew exactly what it meant. And so there was an opportunity there for schools to have a tool to prohibit a disruption into the educational environment. And so hate speech was put in there not without a lot of thought as to why that should be in there. But my primary reason would be to help schools have another tool that they need to run their schools effectively on a day-to-day basis.
And I did bring I circled that I brought up that point at our meeting yesterday, because I do think it's subjective, and I wonder if sometimes it's based on somebody's feelings. The intent is not hating anybody. Someone is just expressing something that might hurt somebody else's feelings. But does it step on freedom of speech? I mean, I don't want hate speech. I just said that one I think is hard to define, and define by whom, et cetera. So that one caught my attention. I'll just bring up a couple other things that I mentioned yesterday. I was looking for a definition of protective hairstyles, not protected hairstyles, but protective. I just didn't know what that meant. Like, is there some protective hairstyles that you would want when you're playing basketball, so you're not literally, I just didn't know, that was a new term to me, protective, and I don't think we really knew exactly what that meant. It's in the statute, but I don't know how they would define it. So I was just curious for my own information. I wanted to be not ignorant about that term. And then I said on the back page where it had the definitions of religious attire and characteristics associated with religion, I appreciated that it said, but is not limited to, but I just recommended that they would include the word cross and yarmulke. I'm not saying that right. Yarmulke, because of just even what's going on today. Because I see there were examples of Native American, Muslim, but not Christian and Jewish. So I thought we better stick those in just to cover our territory. So that was my only suggestions on comments that I made yesterday.
Jacqueline?
There was a bill introduced in 2021 by Senator Terrell McKinney. It was LB 451. I would encourage you to read that if you want to understand the definition. I don't have the exact bill up, but defines protective hairstyle as braids, locks, twists. It's certain types of hairstyles that, when they say protect, my daughters, for instance, their hair, if it gets too dry, it can break off. If it gets wet, it can. And so things that help protect the other hairstyles that protect the hair so that the base hair doesn't get.
Thank you. Thank you.
I just got to it. So Sherry, on the back page, there are some definitions, and it does say natural and protective hairstyles. Does that seem sufficient for you? Because it does list, include but are not limited to braids, locks, twists, tight coils or curls, cornrows, bantu knots, afros, weaves, wigs, or head wraps. So that would be.
Sure, I think that
would be
you bet.
sufficient, okay. Thank you. I think this is a great conversation, and glad we're having it. Any other questions on the item 6.3.G? Patty?
Just the original comment about an additional clarifying statement. Zainab, if you want to add that, because, and I realize the wording of this may change when we get feedback, but just so people kind of know where we are right now with it.
Do you want me to say this statement? Or
Yeah,
we can talk?
I think kind of where it, because I don't think there was an understanding of what school administrators can do if students wear something that is hate speech on a t-shirt.
And that's why we want to make sure to align this model policy to bullying and bullying policy. So what we added based on the conversation we had, that the school district reserve the right to request immediate attire change from students if, if the clothing promote violence, drug, alcohol, or hate speech.
I know, I just have to say for my fellow board members, my wait time drives Kirk crazy. But I want you all to get a chance to get your words in. Okay,
Thank you very much.
thank you, Zainab. Okay, so now we are on agenda item 6.4, the Rules and Regulations Committee, and so Chair Lisa Fricke will report on behalf of the Rules and Regulations Committee meeting.
Thank you, Madam President. We met yesterday, April 24th, 2024, to review Rule 4 regulations about textbook loans, revisions to Rule 28 regulations and standards for investigations, professional practices, hearings, and determinations by state board, the repeal of Rule 29 regulations and standards for professional practices case determination by the state board. The rule changes are being proposed in response to legislation. The regular committee was held yesterday, May 2nd, 2024, and that first that I read about was via Zoom. Now we go to yesterday. The regular committee was held yesterday, May 2nd, 2024. Present were Lisa Fricke, Elizabeth Techmeyer, and Kirk Penner. Committee members reviewed the rules report. NDE staff reviewed and discussed proposed revisions to Rule 4, 28, and the repeal of 29, which incorporates suggestions from board members at the April 24, 2024 meeting, and other technical improvements. A hearing on the draft of these rules has been scheduled for June 3rd, 2024 at 9 a.m. via Zoom. NDE staff provided an update regarding the revisions to Rule 21, educator certification. Staff is currently working on creating a public input draft to incorporate suggestions by the committee and the changes required by the legislature. Committee members discussed the possibility of creating a model policy for school districts that could address parent concerns about books in the district. And this would be something, it's not about the book, it's about the process. And some schools have an excellent document if someone has a complaint. And so if we put together a draft of a model policy, schools could review their library policy for complaints about a book and add to it according to the model policy to kind of update it, or they can actually use the model policy that is created or keep what they have. But just in light of all the things that have gone on, we want them to be sure and have something updated and ready to use in case of a complaint. Committee members further discussed the rules section, review, adoption, revision, or repeal process has been initiated and asked for additional information from the NDE staff. This concludes the Rules and Regs Committee report.
Are there any questions on the Rules and Regulations Committee report? Questions or comments?
Good.
I guess I'm just, I am concerned that we're still talking about book policies when every school district across the state has best practice policies in place. And so can someone speak to what we would be recommending that's different, and is that really going to get on our agenda as priority work that we need to do, or what? Can someone help me understand?
Yeah, I can.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding.
Yeah,
Thank you.
It's not setting anything as a priority, and it's a model, because in speaking with some districts, the comment was made, we need to review our policy. It's about the process of their policy. We don't know that every school has a model policy. It's not determining that you do this, it's a model. So if I were in a school district and I'm reviewing that policy, I could compare it to what NDE puts together from maybe experts in the library field, working with librarians, organizations that librarians belong to.
So is this something that our superintendents brought forward and said, this is important, or is this something that one or two superintendents anecdotally told a board member?
I haven't talked to any superintendents about it. It was just an idea I had, and it was only a discussion. It's not a priority. I just thought it might help schools. It was
Well,
just a discussion.
I would want to hear from our superintendents group if they really feel like a policy is necessary, considering school districts across the state all have policies. And I just hate to, again, I am a local control person. I believe that in not having too much government overreach, and I also believe we have a great deal of work to do, and so I would have concerns about taking up an issue that no one is really telling us is an issue, except for a few people who really should be working with their local school districts if they have an issue, not with us.
With a model policy, it is a local issue. They can choose to take it or not take it. If they want to add to their policy, that's fine. It's just a recommended model, and if we don't want it, that's fine. This was only a discussion.
Okay, well, if it gets past the discussion stage, then I will have further concerns that we have real issues to solve, and this doesn't sound to me like one I'm hearing from superintendents across Nebraska is something that merits our time. I mean, we only have limited time, and I could be wrong, but.
Well, I appreciate what you're saying, I really do, and it's not to add more work. It was a discussion, and as with discussions, it was just brought up yesterday, certainly superintendents, the advisory committee. Maybe it doesn't even need to be shared because we want it to be dropped, the idea. It was only an idea for consideration amongst our committee, and it might not go any further than that. But if it has merit, and it would be helpful for school districts, that local control to make their policy better or to adopt the policy that's created. I don't want to make any extra work for anybody. I don't think our committee members want that, and we do have priorities. So this could be dropped in a heartbeat if the superintendent's advisory board thinks it's not worth the time. Simply a discussion.
I'm wondering, Commissioner, I'm wondering, Commissioner, what you hear from your advisory board, because I've heard a lot from librarians and media specialists that there is a lot of controversy about this, and there's a lot of trouble, and that perhaps if there was some sort of unified approach to it, that they could solve that. You know what I'm saying? Like, what if you said that every school had to have a policy, and you had a model policy, and that schools followed that policy about books and how to check them out and what permission they had to have or whatever for kids. I don't know, but I know my daughter, who's a teacher and who's a media specialist, went through all kinds of trouble at school board meetings and stuff about this. And so I don't know, just using one person, but it seems like it's more than one person from the library people that came here and talked to us in the audience and wanted to know what they thought they should do. the head of the state organization for media specialists and librarians was here once and talked to us. So I think we need to take a look at it, but I want to know if you're hearing anything about it at all.
I would tell you that the conversation that took place at the March meeting certainly had a lot of people talking. I don't know that the talking was necessarily a call to action, but I think I'll pay closer attention to that as we go. And certainly, as you all know, we've got a very active superintendent's advisory committee, and I'll make certain they're engaged.
I think there needs to be some kind of unified approach to it if it's as bad as what people are saying it is. In the schools that I've taught in, we had our own policy, and I thought the policy was really good, and I couldn't believe that other schools didn't have something very, very similar. Like if a kid was going to check out a book that I thought was not appropriate for them, then we had a form that they filled out, and that went home to the parents. Or if a teacher was teaching, like if I taught something that a parent didn't want their student to read, then I had another book and another curriculum that I taught them on the side with the approval of the parent. There's all kinds of things that we had about media. As far as teachers or librarians putting materials that are in libraries that maybe one or two people or a group of people think are inappropriate, I don't know how we monitor that. And we've discussed that here.
And I just want to remind everybody, it was just an idea that was discussed. It's not going to go any further till we hear from the advisory committee to see if there's a need. And it's a way to help schools make their policy better if they choose to tweak theirs or accept ours. And like I said, it was only a discussion.
Thanks. I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I just want to say that the thought is not lost on Lisa's suggestion was to create a model policy for books and libraries that we would tell people this is the model, they could add to the model, they could take from the model, but it would be a model that they could follow if they wanted to verbatim, or they could add and take. That's the same conversation we were just having about the dress code, that we kind of were confused about what that looked like or why or how that would be in practice. I'm not saying everybody, but that was the point I was trying to make, and she just very clearly stated what a model would look like. And whether you're on which side of it, that's fine, but that's the dilemma I'm having with the prior model we were just discussing, is that it doesn't look like what you were just proposing.
And totally agree, they're models. And I would be opposed to the dress policy model. I mean, having one and being prescriptive across the state if given, because I just believe that some of these policies need to be left to our local school boards.
This is a little off topic, so I'm gonna be short. The law says we have to have one.
I'm saying we're only doing the dress policy one because it's a law and we have to do it.
You said you'd be against it.
But if it wasn't a law and we were just discussing what are our priorities, then trying to prescribe what local school districts do isn't, I don't believe it's the highest of priorities that we have. But now that it is a law, definitely I support it and that we need to have a model policy. But the legislature hasn't told us that we need a book selection. And my understanding is that most every school district in the state has a process for selecting books. So that's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Lisa, for your report. Are there any other questions about the Rules and Regulations Committee report? Okay. Agenda item 7, additional business. There were 2 items pulled from the consent agenda, item 5.4B and item 5.7B. Yeah, is there a motion on item 5.4B?
Yes, I move to authorize the commissioner to approve grant renewals to operate the TEACH Early Childhood Nebraska Scholarship Program.
Second? Is there a second? Is it? Thank you. All right, I was waiting for Kirk to second it. Drop the ball. It is moved and seconded to authorize the commissioner to approve grant renewals to operate the TEACH Early Childhood Nebraska Scholarship Program. Is there any discussion on this motion? Oh, good. I have a question. Is Melody here? I can't see her. There's a big post. I'm guessing she's hiding behind it. Yeah. Which is good, because we don't want the floor to fall in on us, so, yeah. Yes, so just some questions on this, on these scholarships that I just wanted to clarify before I voted on them. My question is, who can qualify for these? So I guess I don't know, like, the process, who can qualify? Is it caregivers in the public sector, in the private sector? How does that work?
So it can be basically childcare providers or Head Start providers. There is an income limit, and generally it's not something that like public school teachers would generally be eligible for, although I think there are a couple of teachers who are on waivers because they don't yet have their certification that do have some teach scholarships. And there is generally an income cap.
Okay, so it doesn't matter where they're working?
No, they can work in they can work in a family childcare home. They can work in a center. In fact, there are about 4 different kinds of scholarships. There are some for teachers, whether they're, birth to 5, or directors, or let's see, I said center-based, family childcare home, directors who are employees of a company-owned childcare program, or directors who own their own programs. So those are the 4 types. Does that help?
Yes.
And yeah, so it can be, all licensed childcare or Head Start or school district.
Okay, and the scholarships, are there specific programs that they can use them for? Can you explain that to me?
So the first one, and the most, probably the most basic would be a CDA. They can get a CDA, and for this CDA, they have to be going through a community college to get the CDA. Then they can work on use a scholarship for an associate's degree. And I think we have 6 community colleges where right now we have teach scholars that are enrolled in the community college in their early childhood program. And then there are, right now, we have scholars who, if they've gotten an associate degree, then they can go to a 4-year college. And right now, we have 2 that we have teach scholars in. And if they're working on a bachelor's degree, it has to be the early childhood inclusive endorsement, something that will result in that.
And so you mentioned community colleges and also 4-year colleges. Is it any four-year college?
Well, that depends on, it has to be a four-year college that offers the inclusive early childhood endorsement.
Inclusive early childhood, okay. All right, and then could a person use this, and this question I just came because you were talking about it. So you kind of mentioned like, they kind of start at the community college level and they get their associates, but could a person who didn't have an associate's though apply these just go straight to a four-year college?
Generally not.
Or they do have to do this?
The reason is because four-year colleges are so much more expensive than two-year colleges. And so to conserve funds, they start out at a two-year college, at a community college.
Okay, I was just thinking, regionally, logistically,
Right.
how that would work. Okay, that was really
That's it.
the bulk of my questions. Any further questions? Yes, Lisa has some.
Thank you, Melody. My question for this, is it available for not only public, but it's also for like private and parochial schools?
Yeah, if, I would need to double check on if they're not licensed as well. I think they are, but if like a local Lutheran church or something has a childcare program, then definitely yes.
Okay. And what I appreciate with all the work that you do, that it is available, the trainings and everything's available, not only for public, but for private and parochial schools, correct?
Yep.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. The motion is to authorize the commissioner to approve grant renewals to operate the TEACH Early Childhood Nebraska Scholarship Program. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Morrison? Yes. Fricke?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Goebbels?
Yes.
Kojons?
Yes.
Neary?
Yes.
Tegmeyer?
Yes.
Penner? Yes. 8 yes.
The affirmative has it, and the motion to issue subawards to carry out the federal I'm reading off from, I'm using an old script. The affirmative has it, and the motion to authorize the commissioner to approve grant renewals to operate the TEACH Early Childhood Nebraska Scholarship Program is adopted. Is there a motion on item 5.7.b?
I move to approve the attached special grant fund list for 24-25 school district budgeting.
Second.
It is moved and seconded to approve the attached special grant fund list for the 2024-25 school district budgeting. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Yes. When I saw this, I had a question, and I think usually about 10 o'clock, I think these are good ideas until it's late. But on a serious note, it looks like this is removing funds that school districts would otherwise, or that they receive from what I believe or think is probably the TIOSA calculation, so that it's not credited against them in their formula. That's what I'm assuming, but I don't know if that's right. And so I'm hoping someone can explain exactly what the special grant fund list is being removed from, and also how it's determined which grant funds can be removed.
I'll take that, and I'll ask Bryce Wilson to come on up to explain it. I don't believe the TIOSA assumption was correct. So we're going to see which one of us is right here in a second, though.
I think you're right, Commissioner. I think it's different.
Well, since he's my boss, you guys may be his boss, but I got to go with him. The special grant funds don't have anything to do with TIOSA. They are a part of the budget authority calculation. So one of the three ways that we control school district spending in our state is through budget authority, basically the maximum amount a school district can spend in their general fund. And the state is primarily worried about the state and local dollars. And so they've set this maximum that a school district can spend, that we go through calculations every year that it grows, But part of that is also that if a school district gets additional grants that come in that are not costing essentially state and local dollars, they're okay with that being added on to the amount a school district can spend. So this is actually a list that allows school districts to spend more. That's grants coming in, which includes all the federal grants, but it's any grant, even their local grants. The list you see before you is actually, so this is a simplification of the process. So the statute allows us to come to you and say, hey, here's the common grants that school districts get, and if you approve this list, they don't have to come to you with every single one and list out every single grant, and you have to approve them every board meeting when they come. You're still going to get a list of grants as we go through the budgeting season for school districts that are not on this list, that they're getting the exclusion for as well. So say they're foundations, you won't see foundations listed on here because Palmyra's foundation is unique to them. We're only putting grants on here that are common. So we go through this list, look at grants that have either expired and are no longer exist, and we take them off. New grants that have rolled on, we add them. We have internal NDE staff review the list, and then we send it out to schools and say, hey, what are other common grants that you guys are using so we can get it on here and simplify the process for everybody involved.
So can you talk a little bit more about their general spending authority and how we arrive at that?
Yes, I'd love to. Yeah, we can make this go as long. So there are essentially 3 different ways that we calculate budget authority for school districts. There's the student growth method, there's the budget-based method, and there's the formula needs method. Most school districts use the budget-based method or the formula needs-based method, which formula needs does tie into TIOSA. So when in the TIOSA calculation, we calculate needs for every school district across the state as part of that calculation. We then, under the budget, or under budget authority calculation, we'll take that number and do a calculation there to come up and certify an amount. We certify at the same time, March 1st every year, unless legislature moves that. But we certify that amount to them. Schools get the greater of those 3 different amounts. The budget-based method is essentially just a 2.5% growth from their prior year. And then the student growth method takes, if it's a significantly fast-growing district, they're going to get an extra bump in their abilities. They're going to need to spend more because they're growing so fast. And so we calculate those 3 different methods. The greater of the 3 the school district gets.
Thank you. I just think this is very important because, again, as we talk about legislative priorities, I know there was a lot of conversation the year before about local districts overriding their levies and then, potential tax, caps on school districts and things like that. And so as we think about kind of that budget authority, just so that everybody's we become more educated on some of these matters. I think that's important. So then my last question is just, do you ever see school districts actually hit that budget authority? And then if they do, what happens? Or is it so high that it's not really an issue for anybody? Like how is it in practice? Does it mean anything?
Yeah, so that's a really good question. And we have 244 different situations. So it varies so wildly across our state and how the different limits are applied. So just kind of for some context, last year when we were going through the legislative session, we looked at, there was 2 spending limits on districts before the 2023 legislative session, and that was the budget authority one, and it's the levy lid. We looked at that time, there were 179 districts out of the 244 that weren't up against either lid. So basically their local control was saying our budget's going to be set below what we could spend on the maximum. With the 2023 legislative session, they added the property tax authority cap as well. So that was the one that gathered a lot of attention last fall. And that really, between the influx of state resources, state funds going into school districts, That pushed a lot of them below their levy maximums. The new cap on a lot of districts now is property tax authority. Budget authority over time, since TIOSA was enacted, which was part of the TIOSA Act, kind of school districts were able to kind of store it up. And so it wasn't truly probably capping a lot of districts. In reality, there were a few districts that were up against that lid and really kind of struggling to figure out how they were going to move forward with any kind of additional teacher hires and stuff like that. So it definitely had put the clamps on some districts, but now property tax authority seems to be doing the bigger of the caps at the moment.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Acronyms throw me off, and so there's one, I don't know, it's an organization, a school or whatever, number 6, ARP dash HCY 1 and 2. What's that?
American Rescue Plan is the third of the big government packages that were passed, like ESSER 3 was part of ARP. The HCY is Homeless Children and Youth, I believe. So that's a grant that came out of that third round of funding from the federal government.
Now, using words I remember, the acronyms just, okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Okay. So the motion is to approve the attached special grant fund list for 2024-25 school district budgeting. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Neary,
Yes.
Kojons,
Yes.
Penner, Jones,
Yes.
Fricky,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Morrison,
Yes.
Tegmeyer,
Yes.
7 yes, 1 absent.
The affirmative has it, and the motion to approve the attached special grant fund list for 2024-25 school district budgeting is approved, is adopted. The next items on the agenda, items 8.1 to 8.2, are information items and written reports for the board. There is no written public comment this month. Agenda item 9, good of the order. This section of the agenda is intended for board members to offer informational observations of the work of the state board. Board members may make brief announcements about attendance at future events for the purpose of informing other board members. No business or motions or suggested actions of the board may be offered at this point in the agenda, nor should board members engage in substantive discussion about other agenda items or introduce new agenda items. Does anyone have anything to share for the good of the order? Lisa?
I just wanted to commend you, President Tegmeyer, and Sherry Jones, board member, for signing up for the NASB new member session. I remember being first timer on a board and feeling overwhelmed, and it's a really great time and a great session, and connecting with other states and what they're doing is phenomenal. So enjoy it, you learn a lot, safe travels, have a good time.
You found our secret out, yes. It wasn't a secret. We'll do Patty, because you had your hand up, and then Patsy.
Lisa, you stole a little bit of my thunder, but that's
sorry.
quite all right. I wanted to just provide some additional information about some NASB events that are coming up, as well as potential to nominate for several NASB awards. So the first thing I'll start with is the New Member Institute. Thank you both for attending that. It is a great experience. But also keep in mind that NASB has an annual conference. The annual conference this year will be in Louisville, Kentucky. We missed the Derby, but that's okay. But it'll be a great conference. There's an opportunity for, and we are encouraging more and more, for state board members to submit proposals to present at annual conference. Allison Danbesti and I have had a little bit of a conversation about proposing one on high-quality instructional materials. But as a board, NASB board and conference planning committee both are really trying to encourage more state board members to be presenters at those conferences, because the feedback that we've gotten is that's what state board members attend for, is to learn from other states and their board members, to really learn and network together. So something just for you to think about and consider. In the past, Ryan Four has presented parliamentary procedure. Ryan, I don't know if you're planning on that again, but that's another example. Also, on May 6th, NASB hosts what they call office hours. And if you go to the NASB website, you can find out what those are. But on May 6th, they're doing an office hours on AI in education, and having Teach AI provide what they consider to be their educational toolkit. So you might find that interesting as well. The awards, there are a number of awards that state board members can be nominated for, or there are some that you might nominate someone who is not a state board member. For example, last year, the Friend of Education Award went to Lamar Burton, Reading Rainbow fame, but he also produced a film called Right to Read. So he was honored for that work with reading and promotion of reading for all students. They also have a Policy Leader Award that really is for any individual. It might be a state senator that you believe has really been an advocate for education and has really put forth legislation that has benefited students and learning and education in the state. And they have one that's a Distinguished Service Award, which is for current or past state board members for their contributions to education. And that can be someone who is affiliated with the NASB board, but it can also be individuals who are state board members. So if you have some ideas about that, I know, Ryan, in the past, you've helped some with that, and it goes to the president if there are proposed nominations. And those are due to NASB by May 31st.
Patty, just May 6th, the AI, is that a Zoom?
Yes.
Okay.
Any other comments for the good of the order? Right, seeing none, thank you to those who attended in person and who tuned into the broadcast. The next meetings of the State Board of Education are scheduled for June 6th and 7th, 2024 in Lincoln, Nebraska. The May 3rd, 2024 State Board meeting is adjourned.